guess. Hello, I'm just finishing setting up right now and opening the game. Oh, we have a viewer. Oh, thank you for the follow, WearTag. WearTag. I did not see the notification. Odd. But regardless, thank you for the follow. I hope you find me entertaining. Okay. It has been quite a while since I played this game. A very, very long time. Wait, does the stream look right? OBS doesn't look right. Okay, looks and sounds fine. Great. Just what I wanted to hear. What's the thing? Stream manager. There we go. Alright. So, it's been quite a while. It has been roughly... Oh, I'm gonna cringe when I hear this word. When I hear this. It has been roughly... Wait, what? I recorded 3 parts? Uh-oh. Let's just edit the stream then. It has been 2.5 years since I did the first 3 parts of this. Huh. Could have swore I only did 2 parts. Well, regardless, I know I did not do the last 2 origins, which is what I plan to do today. And then we will continue the playthrough from there. Part of the delay was I didn't have a good setup. I had a terrible setup, in fact. Another part was I've been trying to consolidate as much Dragon Age media as I can so I can further explore the majority of the lore. And the final thing is I lost many of my books for Dragon Age and have been working to try and recover them, but honestly I don't think I will be able to, so I'm just going to have to rebuy them, which is unfortunate. Some of those do have importance from before the first game, but at the same time they're also relevant after. The first book is really only relevant for the beginning of the game, and perhaps a little bit to explain the motivations of some of the characters. There will be spoilers in this playthrough. There's going to be a lot of spoilers, but I'll try not to bring up stuff if it's not relevant yet. You know, proper context and such. But some of the characters' motivations can be somewhat explained through the first book, which is The Stolen Throne. I have not rebought that yet, but I will. I'll read it before next time, and then we'll discuss that here. For now, I have selected which... the last issue I had was selecting which origin we were actually going to play through the game with the last 2 that I have not gone through on stream yet being the Dalish Elf and the Human Noble. Both being probably the more lore-heavy ones. The Dwarven Noble probably... Okay, weird. My headphones decided to just turn off for some reason. Weird. Hopefully that doesn't keep happening. But they give a little sound, so I'll know. But, anyway. Well, the Dwarven Noble also has some lore. Dwarves, kind of important in the first game. Second and third game, not as much. Not to say I don't love them. I actually am really interested. I've never actually beaten the game as a dwarf. And honestly, I kind of want to, because the first 2 origins have very, very significant impact on the dwarven section of the game, I feel. A lot of unique dialogue, a lot of unique scenarios. And I'm very interested to go through one at one point, though I likely won't do so on stream. As for this stream in question, I do I have chosen which playthrough we're going to do. We are going to do the Dalish Elf for our playthrough. So today we're going to be going to the Human Noble to see what is on offer there, and then we will be creating the Dalish Elf, which will be our final character. And I have chosen a build for them, and I'm not going to worry too much about what my Human Noble has because I'm not going to keep him. But for my Dalish Elf, I have chosen a build. It's going to be a dual-wield rogue, so, nothing too fancy, but, I made sure it was something good and strong in combat. But part of the reason I pick rogue is because I want to make sure I'm able to undo locks and persuade to get the most dialogue. And I have mostly thought out how the playthrough is going to go. I haven't exactly chosen which destinations we'll go to first, so to speak, but I have a general idea how I want this playthrough to go. But I think I've talked at nothing for long enough, so let's start the game. I should be catching gameplay right now. That it is not good. Maybe it's a problem with the settings. Let me double check the stream to see. If you see any issues, feel free to speak up, because I may not notice. Because I'm kind of new at this, in case you didn't notice. Okay, game is showing properly. Okay, good. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit for me, but not too much. Alright, key bindings doesn't really matter. Unlike before, I am actually going to be using mouse and keyboard, unlike the Steam controller last time, because I do have a new mouse, and I'd like to, use it. We should probably lower the music just a tad. As great as the music is, EA is kind of a butt sometimes, but as long as we, continue talking, don't think it'll be an issue. Just double check all our settings are good. We are going to be playing normal. Honestly, the game's pretty easy, but and gore will be enabled so if you are squeamish, probably not for you. We'll be having subtitles on. And plot assistance I don't really need, but it's whatever. Anyway, let's get started. And sorry to anyone who's new, but I've already seen this, so I'm not going to play it again. It's pretty good, though. Alright. Human, I guess, will be a guy. Doesn't matter. Human. Just see a normal. Human Noble. Great. It doesn't really matter. We're going to keep this guy. If I want to play a Human Noble in the future, I'm going to make him my own. God, that guy looks terrible. That guy looked okay. Yeah, sure. Doesn't matter. None of that matters. No, you know what? Let's just toss a bit of extra. Let's toss a bit of extra cunning. Might be able to get some more dialogue. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I doubt there'll be really anything significant, but eh. There will be some combat in this opening, as there is with all openings, but it won't be anything too strenuous, so. The intros are pretty easy.
For generations, your family, the Kuzlans, has stewarded the lands of Highammer, earning the loyalty of your people with justice and temperance. When your country was occupied by the Orlesian Empire, your father and grandfather served the embattled kings of your land. Today, your elder brother takes up House Kuzlan's banner in service to the crown, not against Venom Orlais, but against the bestial Darkspawn rising in the south. I trust that your troops will be here shortly. I expect they will start arriving.
Oh, right, I need to change the, I need to edit the name because it's wrong.
The appearance of the Darkspawn in the south has us all scrambling, doesn't it? I only received the call from the king a few days ago myself. I'll send my eldest off with my men. You and I will ride tomorrow just like the old days.
True, but we both had less grey in our hair then, and we fought Orlesians, not monsters.
At least the smell will be the same. I'm sorry, Buck, I didn't see you there. How? You remember my son?
I see he's grown into a fine young man. Pleased to see you.
You know, I just realized there are some other good reasons to choose this as our second to last origin, but we'll get to that. Alright, was I brought here for a reason, and you, Hal, is your family here, and you, Arl Howe, is your family here, Arl Howe, so you're not leaving until tomorrow. Please see you again. Is your family here, Arl Howe?
Oh no, I left them in Amaranthi, well away from the fighting in the south. They do send their best greetings. My daughter Delilah asked after you. Perhaps I should...
Please do mention if anything in the stream sounds off. Okay. Asked about Delilah. To what end? I'd like that. Delilah's younger. No interest. I'd like that. She was okay, I guess.
About your prowess as a warrior. I think you have an admirer, young man.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't care.
While your brother and I are both away, I'm leaving you in charge of the castle.
Are you certain? What's involved with such a task? I'll do my best. Why? What? Why can't I go into battle with you and Fergus? Is that really necessary? Why can't I go into battle?
I'm certain you'd more than prove yourself, but I'm not willing to deal with your mother if you join the war. She'd kill me if I let you go. She's already twisted into knots about Fergus and me, though.
I have a little snack here. Let me talk to her. I'll convince her. If you don't send me, I'll kill you. This game got a few laughs sometimes. That's not fair. I want to fight. I'll be a good kid. Very well. I'll do what you think is best.
Now, that's what I'd like to hear. Only a token force.
Got a little shrimp scampi here.
Peace in the region. You know what they say about mice when the cat is away. Yes. There's also someone you must meet. Please, show Duncan. It is an honor to be a guest within your hall, dear.
Your lordship, you didn't mention that a grey warden would be present.
Duncan arrived just recently. I'm out. Is there a problem?
Of course not. But a guest of this stature demands certain protocol. I am at a disadvantage.
We rarely have the pleasure of seeing one in person, that's true. But Brother Albus taught you who the Grey Wardens are, I hope.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm distracted. They're an order of great warriors. They defeated the Darkspawn long ago. He said they were a small order and no longer important Is there a reason I should care? Terrible. There is some extra dialogue right here. I'm just gonna go for this one. This isn't really an important one. He said they were weak and nobodies.
Apologized. Alice has nerve teaching my children such slanderous nonsense.
I take no offense. The Great Wardens are not what we once were.
I'll not have the warden spoken ill of in my household. Without them, the Darkspawn would have killed us all in the first flight. You are the only reason men still live in Theros. Duncan is looking for recruits before joining us and his fellow wardens in the south. I believe he's got his eye on Sir Gilmore.
If I might be so bold, I would suggest that your son is also an excellent candidate.
Honor though that might be, this is one of my sons we're talking about.
I think I rather like that idea, Father. Is there a reason I shouldn't join them? I have no interest in becoming a Grey Warden. Perhaps that would get me into battle. Is there a reason I shouldn't join them?
You did just finish saying that Grey Wardens are heroes, my friend.
I have not so many children that I'll gladly see them all on the battle. Unless you intend to provoke the right of conscription.
Have no fear. While we need as many good recruits as we can find, I've no intention of forcing you.
Duncan's a cool, chill guy like that. Kind of an upright guy. Of course, don't strain my abilities or anything. I doubt I have to be here for that, do I?
In the meantime, find Fergus and tell him to lead the troops to Ostagar ahead of me.
Now, where is Fergus? Are you trying to get rid of me? But I'd like to stay and talk to Duncan. But I'm not done talking to you yet. I want to keep talking. I love gossip. I'd like to stay and talk to Duncan.
You'll have plenty of time after we're gone.
All right.
Discuss the battle plans in the south. Be a good lad and do as I've asked. Talk soon.
Twitch is weird. Alrighty. Oh boy. I've never actually played this with mouse and keyboard, always with controller. Okay. Okay, that should be helpful. What about no functionality? That's not good actually. Can you see that Twitch overlay? No. Good. Because I need to adjust some key bindings a little bit. Fine, whatever. I'll just do it in the main menu. Where is... Click here to return to game. Okay. I would like to make my movement... here we go. Yep, because we got a little little thumbstick on our mouse here. So I'd really like to take advantage of that. I suppose we have two buttons right here. I guess we can use that as well. I don't plan to be shifting weapons, so what would I like? I get two buttons. Let's do a quick slot thing. Yeah, I'll put some item there that's useful. We are going to be using poisons, I guess. So I'll keep a All my basic poisons there, so don't forget. And anything else I really need? Pause could be useful if I feel like something's wrong. No other extra buttons on here, so that's fine. Should be good. Okay. Could probably make it a little more sensitive. That should be fine. Alright. Scampi was delicious, by the way. Uh-huh. Oh, I already know all that. Okay. Father! Are you sure you'll be alright? Where do you think... oh, go away. Where do you think Fergus is? Is sending all of our forces south a good idea?
When the king demands it. In fact, not sending our forces south would be a distinctly bad idea. Don't worry about it. Shouldn't see many problems, but I want you to prepare the men left here, in case.
I see. In case of what?
Legends of the Blights tell of horrible things. These darkspawn once threatened many lands. But we can't hold them. We must prepare for the worst.
I'll do my... Alright, now you're scaring me, Father. I'll do my best, Father, I swear it. And what can I do with a handful of guards? This is why I should go with you. Wait, hold on. This is why I should go with... I'm kidding. Yeah, they're all valid, but I'll do my best, Father. That's right.
But let's not speak of all these things. We shall assume that all will go well. The Maker will watch over us.
But are you sure you'll be alright?
Brother and I go into battle, not an afternoon tea. Who knows what will happen to us?
Someone doesn't sound like he studied all the tactics of the game.
I love you, and I trust you completely to carry on the Kuzma name if the worst should happen. But don't worry about me, dear boy. You'll have enough to occupy your mind while I'm gone.
Where do you think Fergus is?
Upstairs in his chambers, no doubt, saying goodbye to Oriana and your nephew.
Alright, I'll be going now.
I'll talk to you soon. Just let me finish my meeting with Duncan.
Now let's talk to Arl Howe.
Yes?
How long have you and Father been friends?
We fought together under King Merrick, and he drove the Orlesians out of Ferelden. Heady times. The years since have not held the same promise. It's not something a youth would understand. It will be good to ride beside your father again.
You knew King Merrick?
Your father hasn't spoken about time with him. That man took care of his friends. As they say, he was large as life and twice as tall. It's too bad Caleb isn't half that.
You don't think much of King Kalen.
I think of him as much as he thinks at all.
Oh.
That's enough, Harry. Speak of our king.
Oh, the boy did ask your worship. As per the letter to you
I don't think anything wrong with an opinion. Though, having a high vassal think of the king that way, probably not great. For the vassal or the king, really. Anyway, so, your daughter feeling it, right?
The topic has come up from time to time. The young and their infatuations.
I got the impression Delilah didn't like me.
I'm sure that was years ago. People change. To be honest, I have no expectations. And your father seems determined to let you find your own way. If something did happen, well, we'd address it as befits a family of our stature.
I think I'd like that.
I'm sure there will be much to discuss once I return.
I trust the delay with your men's nothing serious.
Or whether, I believe. Their progress has been slow, but it's nothing you need worry about.
But the weather outside is just fine. And you told my father the delay was your fault.
In a manner of speaking, if I had reinforced our border levies earlier, my troops could have left before the rains. I confess, my confidence in your father allowed me some complacency. I guess that makes it as much his
I'm gonna assume that either nobody's here, which is somewhat disheartening. Oh, another viewer. I'm gonna assume, since you're not speaking up, there's nothing wrong with the stream. Because I like to think positively. Well, in that case, I just want to wish you well, Arlhow.
I thank you. That is quite unnecessary.
And Duncan.
I'm sorry, but I believe your father wishes to talk to the Earl and myself alone.
I was hoping to ask you a quick question or two.
Very well. I doubt your father would mind a slight delay.
Yes, of course. Just one question. How about 5? Are there really darkspawn in the south?
Indeed, we spotted a horde assembling into Fort Prairie Wilds not 3 weeks ago. Luckily, King Caleb took us at our word and marshaled Ferelden's forces quickly. The first battles have already been fought. My father and I must move quickly.
How many darkspawn were there?
Thousands.
Or are there, I guess.
10,000 or more in this horde.
Quite a few.
The darkspawn
More than I can handle.
bodes ill
For now.
risk the surface.
How much danger are Fergus and my father in?
Well, I understand the first battles have gone easily.
Indeed. Are the Grey Wardens sure this is a blight and not simply some large darkspawn raid?
No archdemon has been sighted yet, my lord. But with my entire soul, I believe this is a blight.
I wish we shared your faith. I suppose we should.
I have words about this, but we'll discuss it later. Much later. Would you really recruit me into the Grey Wardens?
Of course, you're young, skilled, and eager for battle. So I heard. The Grey Wardens do not recruit simply anybody. I intend no flattery when I say you show promise. The old treaties allow me to conscript you even against your father's wishes, but I will not do so. Our order is too small to risk animosity for Ferelden's nobility.
I'm glad I am to hear it.
It's tempting, your lordship, but I am content to see what other candidates your castle offers.
Did you really come all this way to see Sir Gilmore?
I have only found a couple of worthy candidates in my travels across the realm. Your father invited me here, suggesting this Sir Gilmore. If he is unsuitable, I will head south and join up with the king.
You know the king?
Not well. King Kalen is an eager young man who has shown great wisdom in responding to the darkspawn threat.
I've heard he's a bit enraptured with the Grey Warden legend, and that is why he caters to your order.
How? That is unworthy of you.
He only repeats what we all heard. Whatever the king's reasons, I'll take his support. The priority is defeating the darkspawn before they threaten all of Ferelden.
Well, I'll leave you alone then.
Until we speak again.
Alright, we've gotten all we need from these guys. Now, let's see here. Oh boy, being able to move with the mouse is actually really nice. What the? And yet, the keyboard controls show their ugly face. Seems this joystick is not really capable of multi-directional. It can go static directions. Disappointing. But nothing overly serious. Anyway, we've got a few destinations we've got to hit before we go for the plot. Good evening, servant man. I don't actually know what this room is. Probably some sort of loot. Just wouldn't really matter. We're not going to keep this character. And we can't unlock stuff anyway. Good to know that for the future. Where is... Huh? Indeed. I believe that is one of the default faces. This one, I'm not so sure. I don't think I've used a male elf very often. I will be using a male elf though, or a female. We will decide before we get there. You know what? We're actually going too far from where I want to go, so we're just gonna pop right back on over. Is this? Nope, wrong one. This one, I do want to keep that active. Never know when combat will hit. Yes, I know all about it. Sustained abilities. Alright, is this it? No. Where is it? Ah, it's over there. Okay. No. How useful. Alrighty. Can we get any lore? Yes. I don't see the point. If it makes you feel better, perhaps later, I would appreciate that, Mother Malal. Malal? Malal. One thing I find actually very interesting about the Maker, despite the fact he gets significantly more fleshed out in terms of lore in Dragon Age, it's actually the Maker's also in Mass Effect. Several characters make reference to praise the Maker and such in Mass Effect, though no one ever goes into religion in Mass Effect, except I guess the Hanar. But I mean, they worship a race that was never gods, so who cares what they think? As for this series, the Maker is very prominent, as he is the god of one of the principal religions. In this case, Andrastenism. I think that's the term. Andrastenism. Despite being worshipping the Maker, it is the religion based around the Maker and the quote-unquote Jesus figure, Andraste. Happened again. No idea what's causing that. If it happens again, I'll look it up, see if I can resolve that. Regardless, the Maker will be a prominent figure, regardless of what origin you pick. But we're gonna be a Dalish elf, so we ain't gonna care too much about the Maker and his stupid stuff. We do care about Andraste, though, because she was very... Well, we will get to the reasons for that. I may discuss that if the game doesn't. I'm pretty sure it does, though. It might discuss it in the next origin. But regardless, we will discuss it whether it does or not. But for now, make her watch over us. The standard prayer. Maker. Forget if you continue. It's Maker. What? Maker. Gosh, I've already forgotten it. It's so dull. Maker, forgive us all. That's the beginning and end of the Andrastian worship. I'm not much for religion, though I do like religious knowledge. I happen to have taken quite a few religion classes before. And history classes. And I've not really taken many culture classes, but this game is a very interesting perspective for culture. I am very, very intrigued by the caste system in the Dwarven society. It's not something I really am familiar with. I'm sure there's been some caste system of some kind in our history, but I'm not personally familiar with any offhand, but I'm sure if I researched I could find one or two. Anyway, back to the game. Could you answer a few questions? Ah, but our lore, though. No, our lore. Oh well, we got Codex. This guy just shoved me out of the way. Am I or am I not your lord? I believe I is inventory. Okay, K for skills. J for journal. Yes. Start quests. Don't really care about that too much. What's that? Oh, that that'll be important later. Codex. Magic and religion. Commandments of the Maker. These truths the Maker has revealed to me. As there is but one world, one life, one death. There is but one God, and He is our Maker. They are sinners who have given their love to false gods. Magic exists to serve man and never to rule over him. Foul and corrupt are they who have taken his gift and turned it against his children. They shall be named Maleficar, accursed ones. They shall find no rest in this world or beyond. All men are the work of our Maker's hands, from the lowest slaves to the highest kings. Those who bring harm without provocation to the least of his children are hated and accursed by the Maker. Those who bear false witness and work to deceive others know this. There is but one truth. All things are known to our Maker, and he shall judge their lies. All things in this world are finite. What one man gains, another has lost. Those who steal from their brothers and sisters do harm to their livelihood and to their peace of mind. Our Maker sees this with a heavy heart. Transfiguration 1:1-5. One thing I find interesting about the Maker in Dragon Age is he's a lot like the Christian God of our world, though a lot more Old Testament than New Testament. New Testament's a bit more forgiving and loving, whereas Old Testament is very much a believer of harsh punishments. I'm not going to get into that any further, but I find the parallels are obvious. They're supposed to be. It's supposed to be indicative of the one true God of Christianity and Judaism. And oh my gosh, how am I blanking on the third one? And Muslim. That's it. Islam, I suppose would be the proper term here. Yes, the one true God of those religions is definitely an easy parallel to make, and I'm sure it was intentional due to the developers. But it does have differences in quite a few ways, as we will find out by exploring further. Anyway, moving on. The Maker. There was no... Also, their Bible equivalent is called the Chant. I don't actually know how long it is, but it's pretty long. But anyway, and these are verses and such from the chant, though since this is religions, this is section 4, magic and religion, there's more than one religion in this world. So we'll be exploring some of those as well. There was no word for heaven or for earth, for sea or sky. All that existed was silence. Then the voice of the Maker... Sorry. The voice of the Maker rang out, the first word, and his word became all that might be. Dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities. And from it made his firstborn, and he said to them, In my image I forge you. To you I give dominion over all that exists. By your will may all things be done. Then in the center of heaven he called forth a city with towers of gold, streets with music for cobblestones, and banners which flew without wind. There he dwelled, waiting to see the wonders his children would create. The children gathered before his golden hymn, and sang hymns of praise, golden throne, and sang hymns of praise unending, but their songs were the songs of the cobblestones. They shone with the golden light reflected from the Maker's throne. They held forth the banners that flew on their own. And the voice of the Maker shook the fade, saying, In my image I have wrought, my firstborn. You have been given dominion over all that exists. By your will all things are done, yet you do nothing. The realm I have given you is formless, ever-changing. And he knew he had wrought amiss. So the Maker turned from his firstborn and took from the fade a measure of its living flesh, and placed it apart from the spirits, and spoke to it, saying, Here I decree opposition in all things, for earth, sky, for winter, summer, for darkness, light. By my will alone is balance sundered, and the world given new life. And no longer was it formless, ever-changing, but held fast, immutable, with words for heaven and for earth, sea and sky. At last did the Maker from the living world from the living world make men immutable as the substance of the earth, with souls made of dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities. Then the Maker said, To you, my second-born, I grant this gift. In your heart shall burn an unquenchable flame, all-consuming and never satisfied. From the fade I crafted you, into the fade you shall return, each night in dreams, that you may always remember me. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I was talking to someone in the house. Anyway, where was I? From the fade I crafted you, into the fade you shall return, each night in dreams, that you may always remember me. And then the Maker sealed the gates of the gold city, and there he dwelled, waiting to see the wonders his children would create. Trinities 5:1-8. I believe I've mentioned this in previous streams, but I'll say it again. There is stuff to suggest truth to every religion, which I find to be quite fascinating. There are things that give credence to every one of them, including, I can't think of any specific examples, but I believe some contradictory information. And yet it is there. So it's hard to say which religion, if any, holds the most truth. But knowing context, I think I have a good idea. But that may not necessarily mean that it's all that there is to know. There could always be something extra in the upcoming Dragon Age game that could turn all the lore on its head. But we shall see. For now, let's continue. Culture and history. We have this entry talking about the city we're in currently, Highever. Castle Highever has stood since the Divine Age, when it was not an independent Banorn, but merely an outpost of the growing Banorn of Amaranthine. In the days before Amaranthine became an Arling itself, the outpost of Highever was originally held by the Elston family, cousins of the Howes. In the Age of Towers, however, Ban Conabar Elston was murdered by his wife, Flemeth, thus ending the bloodline. Conabar's captain of the guard, Sarim Kuslan, took the lands and title. The Kuslans declared their independence from Amaranthine, starting a war that lasted 30 years. When the dust settled, Highever was on its own and in possession of half the land that had once been southwestern Amaranthine. Highever became a Tyrnir during the Black Age, when Haelia Kuslan gathered the lords together under her banner to drive the werewolves out of their lands, earning herself the title of Tyrna almost as an afterthought. Today, Highever is one of only 2 remaining Tyrnirs. It's Tyrnir? I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it doesn't matter. Making the Kuslan family second in rank only to the king. From Ferelden Folklore and History by Sister Patrine, Chantry Scholar. I don't think we meet Sister Patrine. I may be wrong about that. I know that there's a sister you meet later on. I don't remember her name offhand. But there is one of these is definitely going to... Some of these are definitely going to be written by someone who you do meet in this game. Anyway, Duncan. And women never raised. I believe we might have read this one before because we've seen Duncan 4 times already. But we've not seen Arl Rendon Howe. It will be good to ride into battle once more, won't it, old friend? The Arling of Amaranthine winds along the sinuous northeastern coast of Ferelden. The waking sea is known for its temper, and the storms that sweep in from the warmer northern waters are sudden and brutal. These are the lands of Rendon Howe. He was born during the occupation and, like many of the nobles at the time, joined Prince Merrick's rebels. Same thing. He fought alongside young Brees Kuslan, future Tyrn of Highever, and Leonis Breland, future Arl of Southreach, and the bloody battle at the White River. It was the most catastrophic defeat of the entire occupation, from which only 50 rebel soldiers escaped alive. Although he was decorated for valor by King Merrick, Howe's abrasive manners have earned him an almost universal dislike among his peers. Interesting. He's somewhat polite to us, but evidently it's not common with him. Feast day, who cares about that? Oh, look, there's a Tyler. Just like me. And controls, I mean, there's no lore here. Let's just get rid of him. Alright, looks like that's all the codex entries we currently have. We won't be doing this as soon as we get them every time, but I knew there would be some right now. We'll check the ones we have at the end of the origin, and then we'll move on to the Dateless Shelf. For now, let's go find some more lore. And I know just where to look. Not there. Just realized I should have been a rogue for this so I could unlock doors. Ah! Why are you looking for me? Hello to you too, Sir Gilmore. Good thing too, considering Father's company number 2. One interesting thing about the human noble is that they actually start with an extra companion who you can get later, but the human noble is the only one who starts with this companion. It's the one in the that's my dog. You get a dog. Nan's threatening to leave. Of course she is. Did the dog get into the larder again? She was my nanny before she was the cook. Nan won't leave. Nan is just blowing off steam. She's always been like that. So why look for me? Do something. She won't leave.
She insists you collect the dog and quickly. You know these Mabari hounds. They listen only to their master. Anyone else risks having an arm bitten.
Mabaris only really get fleshed out in this first game. They don't really get much of anything to do in the second or third. I think you can get a Mabari in the second game. I don't think you can in the third one, though. Yeah, I don't think you can. Oh. To adjust with this ankle. Alright. Anyway. Stupid dog. You make me look bad. I mean, he never behaves. He knows better than to hurt anyone. I guess I'm busy at the moment. Then I guess I should go collect him.
Quite lucky to have your own Mabari warhound, you know. Smart enough not to talk, my father used to say. Of course, that means he's easily bored and swears he confounds her just to amuse himself. At any rate, your mother will help me accompany you until the matter's settled, shall we?
To the kitchen, then. I need to talk to my brother first. I don't need you to follow me around. Where is my mother exactly? I need to talk to my brother first.
Mother was quite specific. Unless the castle is under attack, you get that dog before doing anything else. No words, not mine. Before we go, my lord, might I beg a question? I've heard from several people that a Grey Warden is here. Is that true?
Yes, it is. His name is Duncan. I met him. But you sound quite excited.
The reputation of the Grey Wardens as mythical warriors is unsurpassed.
Also, welcome to the stream, Ice Wizards. Feel free to comment on whatever you like. I will see it eventually and respond. It's true. He's talking to my father right now. His name is Duncan. I met him. Don't let it concern you, Sir Gilmore. No. His name is Duncan.
Is it also true that this Grey Warden was asking after me?
I don't really have time for gossip, Sir Gilmore. I don't know. Probably not. He intends to test you for recruitment.
Maker's breath. Certain. Can you imagine? A Grey Warden? It would be everything I've dreamed of. Of course, I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Pardon my outburst.
It's okay, it's okay. When your dreams are on the verge of coming true, you know. Sort of thing happens.
As you said.
Aha! Here he is.
Hello, my dear boy. By chance, I am beginning to teach these young squires about your family's history.
Just what I wanted to know.
This is boring. Boys, you are referring to the Gooselands, the very family in whose castle you live. Show some respect.
It's alright, it is boring. They could use some discipline. Still the same taskmaster, I see. I happen to be a very avid fan of history. I like history. It's always been one of my favorite classes.
The mind is not exercised. It withers just as the body does. Perhaps you care to join me in teaching this?
No, thank you. I must attend to an important task. I'm quite familiar with the subject matter. I'm a bit old for lessons, I think. Certainly, I'd be happy to.
Wonderful. The Gooseland history is long indeed. Where shall we start?
Come to think of it, I gotta go. We predate the founding of the kingdom. Tell about our relationship with Arl Howe. Let's start with when was our line founded?
Records are vague. But the Gooselands became Tiers during the Black Age.
I could have just read this instead of reading it. Cunning. Oh, during the lycanthrope plagues.
Good. Pleased some of my lessons seem to have stuck. At that time, your family held only the minor title of Ban. When the werewolves reached this area, and Mather Gooseland organized a Several other local bands supported his efforts by swearing oaths of fealty, making him their tier.
Anyway, we predate the founding of the kingdom, yeah?
Some of my lessons don't disappear into that yawning chasm between your
Excuse you, I am a student of history. I don't advise insulting me, old man. I'm doing the best, bro. I'm doing the best I can. Your lecturing does lead to yawning. It's your skill as a tutor, of course.
truly skilled tutor, I suspect I would not encounter such insouciance amongst my pupils. You can look that up later.
I'll look that up now.
Your family has held the tier
Stupid.
since before King Callahan united Ferelden. In fact, Tierna Elethea Kuslan battled Callahan to maintain Highever's independence.
They totally looked that up just to sound smart. Insouciance, casual lack of concern or indifference. Yeah, right. As I'm actually following with you, you insult me to my face? Whatever. We opposed the king, and Callahan let us keep the Terranir? I suppose we lost. Number 2.
Callahan wished to unite Ferelden, not conquer it. After Elethea's men were defeated, Callahan asked her to swear fealty. The boulder where they held council still stands today as a memorial of that event.
We opposed the king, though?
The Kuslans are ardent royalists now, but at that time, Callahan was unknown and considered dangerous by many. When Callahan's army reached Highever, Tierna Elethea led the local bands against him. Obviously, Callahan won.
Anyway, tell me about her relationship with Arl Howe.
The history between the Kuslans and the House reaches back to the Orlesian occupation.
When did Orlais occupy Highever?
During your grandfather's rule, of course, Orlais found it difficult to hold these lands. During the rebellion against Orlais, several battles were fought near Highever. The port village of Harper's Ford was the Ternier's center. Its arrow was Tarleton Howe. Though nearly 90, he was still as sharp and bitter as cheap ale. Your grandfather openly supported the rebellion, but Howe sided with Orlais. Your family was forced to seize Harper's Ford before it was all over.
But what? Unfortunate, but we couldn't lose Harper's Ford. We fought the Howes? As was our right. The Howes are our vassals. Or vassals, sorry. But my father and Arl Howe are old friends. So I think that's actually the most relevant one.
The Howes eventually joined the rebellion, when all of Ferelden united behind
Fair weather friends.
General Logan,
Got it.
just as now reunited behind Merrick's son, King Caleb, to fight the Darkspawn.
Time to end the lesson, I think.
Thank you for indulging an old man.
Does that mean we have to listen to you now?
Silence! I will not have you two becoming smart-mouthed hooligans. Perhaps you should go. I doubt they need any more distraction. I'm just going to settle in here and apparently I just talk to myself.
And thus he proceeds to give up on these children. I guess. Awkward. You know, despite telling our mom,
Dear Bryce bought this cake for Orlais last year. Michael's favourite team was drunk, I understand, and Mr. Bryce was the king. Ah, here is my son, along with Sir Gil. Tell me, Sir Gilmore, has my pup collared that dog yet?
Not just yet, your ladyship.
Darling, do take care of that. That malodorous hound of yours is an excellent protector, but he drives Nan to distraction.
Father sent me to talk to Fergus. I'll just get rid of him then. Perhaps we need a new cook. I'm sure they'll fight it out. Big bro.
I'm not asking you to travel to the moon. The kitchen is just around the corner. Sir Gilmore, see that it gets done.
As your ladyship commands.
Good. With any luck, I'll be able to feed my guests before the end of next week. Darling, you remember Lady Landra? I think we last met at your mother's sweet salad.
Of course. It's good to see you again, my lady. If you say so. This'll have to wait. Father sent me to find Fergus. Weren't you drunk? Let's be cheeky. Weren't you drunk?
I'm so proud of my pup's mastery of tact and diplomacy. Well, it was a lovely salad, from what little I remember.
Which wouldn't be much, considering we had to pour you into the carriage afterwards.
You remember my son, Dyron. I believe you two sparred in the last tournament.
And you beat me handily, as I recall. It's good to see you again.
Ah, and you, Darren. Mother, why are these peasants here? Okay, that's not fair. Why are these lesser nobles here? Why are these base peasant nobles here? You're being modest. You fought very well.
And this is my lady in waiting. Iona. Do say something, dear. It is a great honor, my lord. I have heard many wonderful things about you. Do now, Eleanor. I believe there is a crush on your man. Lady Landra. Hush, Landra. You'll turn the poor thing scarlet.
Well, let's get saucy. I can handle my own affairs, thank you. May I go now, Mother? You are where we at war? Perhaps we should speak alone sometime, Iona.
As it pleases you, my lord. I think perhaps I shall rest now, my dear. Dyron, I will see you and Iona at supper.
Perhaps we'll retire to the study for now.
The study.
Your lordship. Sir Gilmore.
Mother!
I dare say I can hear Nan shouting from here. Perhaps if you hurry, you can keep her from having a fit.
Somehow I don't think that's possible.
Go to the kitchens as your mother requested. I don't want her angry at me.
Oh, I didn't even know you could talk to him like this. Do you know much about the Grey Wardens?
Only from everyone hears. I never expected to actually see one. So few of them are here in Ferelden.
Have you ever seen Darkspawn?
I hear they
Oh,
only
pff, whoops.
It'd be disappointing if that was
Durr. Are they as skilled as they say, is what I accidentally pressed. Have you ever seen Darkspawn?
You hear about Darkspawn attacking homesteads and travellers, but I thought they were just stories.
Jeez, Twitter moves fast. Ouch. What happens if the Wardens recruit you?
Once you become a Grey Warden, your old life is over. There's no going back.
These dang headphones, it is happening again. I need to see what's wrong with them. Let's talk about something else.
As you wish. But what if the Grey Warden tries to recruit you? Have you thought about it?
He assured my father he wouldn't recruit me. Why would he recruit me? I wouldn't want to become a Grey Warden. I wish he would recruit me. I really don't know how I feel about it. He assured he wouldn't.
He could change his mind. Grey Wardens are notorious for doing whatever is
So they'll kill people to protect them?
If they have to, a few villages are a small price to pay to save the world.
Personally, I am an advocate of the needs of the many over the needs of the few, but I'm also a selfish hypocrite, so if it saves my life, I'll do whatever it takes. So, obviously I can, disband those policies for a game. I can do whatever I want. I've been a saint. I've been a evil psychopath in games. Games are good for that sort of thing. Anyway, why would he want to recruit me?
Surely you're just my lord. You're strong, skilled, and easily equal.
I feel like I'm leaning down more. Let's fix that. There we go. Let's see if I'm in the proper position. Ugh. Stream lag. Yes, much better. Alright. What was that? Was that? Could it be? Did someone just follow? Let's check OBS real quick. Pychan, thank you for following. Welcome. We're looking for a lot of lore right now. We've not found too much, but we found some. Discussed a bit of religion and some history. And if you happen to stay, well, I hope we can entertain you. Oh, there's the notification. Sometimes Twitch just gets that delay. Whatever. Anyway, they would be fools to overlook me. I'm pretty amazing. I wish he would recruit me. No, I don't really know how I feel about it.
Suppose you have many other options. Me, I would give anyone to be recruited.
Anyway, why aren't you marching with our guys?
It would warrant my choice. Your father decided I should remain with the company guarding the castle. I think that's because this Grey Warden wishes to see me.
Seems logical. I really don't need you to accompany me,
Your mother feels otherwise. Once we've dealt with your hound, I'm happy to let you go.
Tell me about yourself, sir.
Well, you know I've served your father for years, since my own father sent me to Squire. My father is a mighty lord in the north. Our land is little more than a glorified farmstead. I do miss it. The valleys of the north are beautiful this time of year. I take great pride in serving the town. Still, if I had the opportunity to join the Grey Wardens, I wouldn't hesitate.
You would leave my father's service?
With his blessing, I would. Joining the Wardens is the
Ah,
highest
game value's low.
render.
I can adjust that. Alright. You'll lurk a bit, that's fine. I understand. Let's see. Can we adjust game capture, perhaps? No, wait. We can probably handle this in-game. First, let's exit the conversation. Let's keep going.
There you go.
Let's see if there's an option here. No, volume is basically maxed out. Okay. Plan B, which is OBS. Alright, Doesn't sound too quiet to me, but, well, that's me. Properties, nope. If I increase desktop a little bit, does that change the volume at all?
We should go to the kitchens as your mother requested. I don't want her angry at me. Of course, my lord.
Can't really tell on my end. Let's try watching the stream a bit, see if it goes up.
We should go to the kitchens as your mother requested. I don't want her angry at me. Of course, my lord.
Can't really tell on my end. Let's try watching the stream a bit, see if yeah, the game is very quiet. That's not right. In fact, I think that's just coming from my mic, maybe. That's definitely not supposed to happen. Yeah, the game is very quiet. That's not right. In fact, I think that's just coming from my mic, maybe. That's definitely not supposed to happen. Excuse me. Yeah, I see only the microphone is getting audio. How do we fix that? Excuse me. I feel like I see only the microphone is getting audio. How do we fix that? Oh, wait. Maybe that's all I needed to do. Clicking back to game.
We should go to the kitchens as your mother requested. I don't want her angry at me.
I know you're lurking, but Paichan, is that any better? It's hard for me to tell, really.
Of course, my lord. Lead on. The webcam shouldn't have any audio. The chat. Properties.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what's doing that. Well, I will find out. Hopefully. Though I don't remember having this issue before. Maybe the game was just different. Hmm. Advanced audio settings. Monitor only, mute output. I don't know what any of that means. Monitor and output. Does that help? Perhaps? Sir Gilmore, you will be our test monkey.
We should go to the kitchens as your mother requested. I don't want her angry at me.
Does that help? Sir Gilmore, you will be our test monkey.
Of course, my lord. Lead on.
Sir Gilmore, you will be our test monkey.
Of course, my lord. Lead on.
Sounds alright now. Let me double check that it's not my mic just doing all the music, all the game.
We should go to the kitchens as your mother requested. I don't want her angry at me. Of course, my lord. Lead on.
Okay, sounds good. I think we got it. Great. I actually do still need that open. There we go. Alright. Now that we've fixed that, I'm not going to redo any of that. No, I'm not. Definitely not. But I will. I've never tried to go past there. We'll see what happens. Screw you, Ma. You can't tell me what to do.
Good evening, my lord.
And yet the doors are locked, so I guess you can tell me what to do. Harumph. And yet, perhaps... Ah,
Hello again. Your castle study is
I don't
wonderful.
think I've ever
May
talked
I
to this
ask whose
guy.
collection this is?
I don't want to talk about books, Dyron. I really have no idea. It was my grandfather's, but I come here often to read.
So would I. Do you have a favorite book?
The Art of Passionate Love by Brother Capria. I don't really want to talk about books, Dyron. Not really, no. The Dragons of Tevinter by Brother Timaeus. Yeah, get it.
By the Chantry, wasn't it?
Gotta go for the spicy stuff. I've been reading a lot of really good romance lately. Light novels. I could tell you all about it. It isn't really meant for reading, Dyron. I'm only joking, man.
Oh, that's not necessary. Perhaps another time.
This guy can't handle it. He could handle it if I was a female cousin. He'd be like, ooh, tell me more. So you're gonna be riding with my father tomorrow?
Yes, though I don't know when. I will leave when your father does. I'll ride as his second. Glorified squire, more or less. I'll care for his horse and armor and such. It's quite an honor.
Will you actually fight?
I hope so. I admit to trepidation about facing Darkspawn, but I can't imagine an opponent more worthy of defeat.
You consider it an honor to do menial tasks.
Unlike you, I am no child of a great house. If I can rise within the ranks of your father's service, it is more than I could normally hope for. I'm a bit surprised that you're not riding alongside your brother. Is that disappointing?
I have important duties here at the castle. Are you implying something? Yes, I really want to go. No, not really.
Implying? Not at all. I'm simply curious. If you're interested, I shall record what I can during the battle. My writing skills may be lacking, but I hope to convey a true sense of the warrior's experience.
I did not know he did this.
Such an important work is one of my ambitions.
Do you know anything about the Grey Wardens? Let's talk about me. I like that topic.
I don't actually know you that well, my lord. You're handsome, capable, but beyond that, a bit of a mystery to me.
You think I'm handsome? What have you heard about me exactly? I'm not mysterious. After you get to know each other better, I'm not going to do that one.
Any question of it?
Do you know anything about the Grey Wardens?
No more than anyone else. Is it true there is one here in the castle? Have you met him?
It's true. I know him. Really shouldn't say no, it's not true.
I'd join the Grey Wardens in a heartbeat. Can you imagine destroying the Darkspawn forever? Becoming a hero? But I'd never gain a Grey Warden's notice. I'll have to be happy under your father's command.
I'd like to get to know you a little better.
What did you have in mind?
Why don't we go somewhere more private? Why don't you come to my room later tonight? Can I get them both? I'm not going to do that. But perhaps we could talk after you return from the south. Tell me about yourself.
There's not much to tell. I'm the eldest son of a minor lord. I can't imagine I'm anyone very interesting to you.
Perhaps we could talk after you return from the south.
I would be glad of the chance to get to know you better. Until then.
I should have tried to go for the threesome. I bet it would have worked. Where's the girl? Ah, there she is. She blended in. I don't think there's much lore here, honestly,
It's good
but
to see you again, my lord. And you also, Sir Gilmore.
Likewise, madam.
how did you come to know Lady Landra? I haven't seen many elven ladies in waiting. You're very pretty, if I might say so. Good evening.
That is very kind, thank you.
I haven't seen many elven ladies in waiting.
Lady Landra has been very good to me. I am lucky. If I may, your mother has no ladies in waiting herself. Is that usual for a noble woman of her rank?
Maybe a little. She's never desired one. If she found a maid like you, I might encourage her. She doesn't care to be fussed over. I'm just gonna do full flirt.
You are very kind, my lord. I'm nobody special. You make me blush.
How did you come to know Lady Landra?
My family has been in service to hers for many years. Lady Landra elevated my place as a reward for our loyalty. I hope this position might pass to my daughter.
You have a daughter.
Forgive me, I shouldn't have mentioned her.
It's quite alright. Tell me about her. I bet she has your beautiful eyes.
She does. Many people say she looks a great deal like me. I'm the only one who sees her father in her.
You don't hope for more for your daughter?
I have risen very high for my people. I would not tempt fate by wishing more.
Sounds like Lady Landra has been good to you.
Lady Landra is good to her elven servants. That is not true in many households, but I hear it is in yours. It speaks well of your father to show such compassion.
Tell me more about yourself.
I am an open book, my lord. What would you like to know?
Where were you born?
Lady Landra's manor is not half so large as your castle, so my family lives in the alienage.
Do you enjoy living there?
There we do not stand out quite so much. In an alienage, my daughter learns what it means to be elven. As much as possible, so much of our history has been lost.
What do you think of humans?
That is an awkward question. What do you mean?
Do you find the humans attractive? The reverse is true enough. Do you find them very different from your people? Do you resent humans for what they've done to your people? Flirt.
Some humans, yes, without question.
Is anyone special back home?
No longer. I have little time for such things.
Surely you could just really go on and on about this flirting, hasn't it? Must get very lonely. Have you thought about it? Surely you're joking. Someone as beautiful as you. Honestly, until this conversation, I did not know she was an elf. Because, like, really, the only difference between humans and elves in this game is the ears, and they're slightly shorter. I guess if I had played a female human, I would have noticed, might have noticed, because she's a little shorter than you. But in this game, there's not really much difference. Later games make a much more pronounced difference between the races, but they all kind of look the same in this game. Except Qunari. Qunari's are freaking huge. They still just look like you only see one in the entire game, so it's hard to judge on that. But he's kind of a really big guy who doesn't have any horns, unlike later games. Oh well. Anyway.
Of course. Aren't we doing just that? What else did you have in mind?
Something more intimate later on in my room. Yeah.
I see. I think I might like that. If I come to your door once everyone is asleep, would that be agreeable, my lord?
On second thought, maybe not. Yes, that would be very agreeable. Please, call me Aiden.
Until tonight, then.
Oh, I didn't know there was a quest for this. Does that mean I get experience? Yeah, I probably should have tried to get him in too. Might have been funny.
Else you would like to discuss, my lord?
You know what? Let's try it.
I'd like that. What did you have in mind?
Why don't you come to my room later tonight?
Did I not just overhear you asking my mother's lady-in-waiting this exact thing? Thank you, my lord, but I think not.
Oh. I tried. I wonder if you can actually get the two of them if you do it right. Maybe. Hard to say. Never tried it before. I don't know if I even talked to Dyren before. I feel like I talked to Iona before. Also, those with avid ears, though the game isn't exactly the loudest ever, can actually hear a dog barking in the background. I'm sure that's nothing important.
Get that bloody mutt out of the larder.
But mistress, it won't let us near.
If I can't get into that larder, I'll skin both of you useless elves, I swear it.
Calm down, good woman.
Oh, we have another person on stream.
You and you. Your bloody mongrel keeps getting into my larder.
Oh, people are just coming in. Welcome, all. Welcome, Ildelara and Abbot Costello. Welcome. Gosh, I think I'm the only one who does that. Oh well. I'm sorry he's bothering you, Nan. He's not a mongrel, he's a pure-blood Mabari. Perhaps you should lock your larder tighter. Maybe you should be put down. Now, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nan.
Just get him gone. I've enough to worry about with a castle full of hungry soldiers. You two, stop standing there like idiots. Get out of the way.
You know, I don't think she's racist here. I think she's just angry at everybody. Honestly, the Mabari doesn't really look like a dog in real life that I'm aware of. But I would totally have one. I would love to have a Mabari. If there is a dog that looks like this, feel free to let me know. I'd be very interested. It's pretty bulky for a dog, though. Enough! You're a bad boy, do you hear me? What a smart boy you are. Oh, yes you are. Sit right there. I'm not putting up with this. Are you trying to tell me something, boy? I am a sucker for dogs and cats, honestly, but what a smart boy. Oh, good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're adorable.
It seems like he's trying to tell you something. Wait. Did you hear that?
Oh, right. We have to name the dog. We're not keeping it, so that's your name. Oh, God. That's your name.
Wild creatures ahead.
Now, kill everything. There we go. Hold on. Let's, nope, not that way. I like to have a bit of an aerial view. Okay. Enemies move kind of quick, and they're kind of all small. I was right to add spacebar. Huh? What? There's more.
It has begun. Giant rats? It's like the start of every bad adventure tale my grandfather used to tell. Your hound must have chased them in through their holes. Looks like he wasn't raiding the larder after all.
One thing odd about the game is, like, you can get just covered in blood no matter what you're fighting. Except demons. I don't think you get covered in blood from demons. It certainly looks that way. Those are very large rats. Maybe it was just a coincidence. So my hound put me in danger. Great. Looks that way.
From the Kokari Wilds. Best not to tell Nan. She's upset enough as it is. But seeing as you've got your Mabari well in hand, I'll be on my way. I'm to prepare for the arrival of more of the Jarl's men.
I'll take everything you got. You know, I just remembered. I actually do have some extra gear due to DLC and such. Now, I could use some exploits that I know about. I will not. They could be really funny, but not today. If I find... these headphones. I'm gonna fix that before next stream, for sure. If I find I'm struggling, I may use some exploits to even the odds, but I don't see that really being necessary, honestly. I don't remember. Was this confirmed to not work, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're not going to keep this character anyway. But yes, there's some item duplication glitches that I'm aware of. They're very, very ridiculously powerful. Infinite experience, item duplication.
There he is, as brazen as you please, licking his chops after helping himself to the roast, no doubt.
Oh boy, you can tell this game's kind of old. Actually, he was just defending your larder from rats. Big ones.
Not the large green ones.
They'll rip you to shreds, they will.
See, now you've gone and scared the servants. I expect those filthy things are dead.
Yes, they're dead. It's quite a mess, in fact. I took care of it. My faithful warhound made sure it's safe.
Oh, I bet that dog led those rats into there to begin with. Oh, don't even start with the sad eyes. I'm immune to your so-called charms. Here then, take these pork bits and don't say that Nan never gives you anything. Bloody dog. Thank you, my lord.
I don't get to eat pork very often.
That's right, you two. Quit standing about.
Alright, I like pork well enough, and most pig, but some members of my family are just very opposed to pig of any kind. I think it's kind of dumb, the reason why, but I won't get into it here.
So, you managed to solve Nan's dog issues? I'll take that as a yes. Good work, darling. Now you should say goodbye to Fergus before he leaves, don't you think?
Did you know there's a Grey Warden here? Do you know where Fergus might be? Why can't I go with Father and Fergus? I have a bad feeling about all this. Are you staying at the castle?
For a few days. Then I'll travel with Lady Landra to her estate and keep her company for a time. Your father thinks my presence here might undermine your authority.
As you wish.
Good. I was worried you might be nervous about running the castle alone. I needn't have been concerned.
I have a bad feeling about all this.
As do I. Your father and brother are marching off to fight Maker knows what. All the assurances in the world don't comfort me. But it wouldn't help for us to take up arms and follow. Fergus and your father have their duty and we have ours.
Why can't I go with them?
I know it's difficult to stay.
Valhalla calls!
But we must see to our duties first. You understand that, don't you?
Yes, I understand.
Trust me. You'll get your chance for excitement soon enough.
Do you know where Fergus might be?
If he's not out with his men, probably upstairs with Oriana.
Do you know there's a Grey Warden here?
Yes, your father mentioned that. You haven't got it into your head that you want to be recruited.
The Darkspawn have returned. Grey Wardens are needed.
There's enough here at the castle to occupy you. I don't need you off chasing danger like your brother. If he's not
Did I already ask
men,
that?
probably
Yeah, I
upstairs
did.
with Oriana.
I should go.
love you, my darling boy. You know that, don't you?
I'm hardly a boy any longer. What brought this on? I love you
You'll do
too.
what you must then. I will see you soon.
Love you too, Ma. I love you too.
I shall do it.
Then maybe that'd be the adjustment I need. Options. Controls. Those two I should keep. Q and E are not what I want. I want A and D. Let's try that. No. No good. Yeah, I can't control this entirely with my mouse. Can't say I'm not disappointed, but it is what it is. Alright, this is nothing I care about. Nothing is important in those terms. I think this might be my room, actually. I believe that's Mother's room.
Is there really going to be a war, Papa? Will you bring me back a sword?
That sword, Oren. And I'll get you the mightiest one I can find, I promise. I'll be back before you know it.
I wish
Commander Root.
My heart is
Welcome.
quiet.
Don't frighten the boy, love. I speak the truth. And here's my little brother to see me off. Now dry your eyes, love, and wish me well.
I hardly ever do human noble male. I usually do human female. Should I wait outside? Just let me know when you two are finished. No darkspawn could harm Vargas. You two are nauseating me. Die. My brother's invincible.
He is as mortal as anyone, despite his refusal to believe.
Now, love, no need to be grim.
I bring a message. Father wants you to leave without him. Wish I could go with you. You'll be missed, brother. Did you know there's a Grey Warden in the castle? You really think it'll be over quickly?
Word from the south is that the battles have gone well. There's no evidence that this is a true blight, just a large raid.
Could that be true?
I'll see for myself soon enough. Pray for me, love, and I'll be back within a month or two.
Do you know there's a Grey Warden about?
Really? Was he riding a griffin?
Shh, Oren. Griffins only exist in stories.
Heard that. Did he say why he's come?
That'll be important later. He says he's going to test Sir Gilmore.
For him. I hope he makes it. If I were a Grey Warden, though, I'd have my eye on you. Not that Father would ever allow it.
You'll be missed, brother.
If it's any consolation, I'm sure I'll freeze in the southern rain and be completely jealous of you up here, warm and safe.
I am positively thrilled that you will be so miserable, husband.
For the record, it's not really obvious from her accent, but she is Orlesian, which is somewhat controversial, as we're only a generation back from... no, actually she might be Antivan. I don't remember for sure. Either way, she is foreign, and that's somewhat controversial with the recent... only a generation back, I think, where we were conquered by Orlais. Controversial. Wish I could go with.
I wish you could come. It'll be tiring killing all those darkspawn myself.
Surely your father would not place both his heirs in danger?
Mother and father have been fighting about it for days. It's too bad. I've used you on my side.
I bring a message. Father wants you to get out of here.
His men are delayed. You'd think his men were all walking backwards. Well, I'd better get underway. So many darkspawn to behead. So little time. Off we go then. I'll see you soon, my love.
I would hope, dear boy, that you plan to wait for us before taking your leave.
Be well, my son. I will pray for your safety every day you are gone.
A good shield would be more useful. You could have delivered your message yourself, Father. Fergus will be fine. He might need those. Fergus will be fine.
No darkspawn will ever best me.
The Maker sustain and preserve us all. Watch over our sons, husbands and fathers, and bring them safely back to us.
And bring us some ale and wenches while you're at it. For the men, of course.
Fergus, you would say this in front of your mother?
What's a wench? Is that what you pull on to get the bucket out of the well?
A wench is a woman that pours the ale in a tavern, Oren. Or a woman who drinks a lot of ale.
Bryce, Maker's breath. I swear it's like living with a pack of small boys.
I'll miss you, mother dear.
Extra dialogue there if you are female. Just like thank God, thank the Maker I've got a daughter. Ugh. You can count on me. You'll need protecting more than her. Mother cannot protect herself. Always has.
True. They should be sending her, not me. She would scold those darkspawn back into the deep roads.
Well, I'm glad you find this so funny.
I think she is Antivan.
Enough. Enough. Pup, you'll want to get an early night. You've much to do tomorrow.
If you should need any assistance in the coming...
Getting sent to bed early, are we?
I don't mind. I have someone waiting for me. Have fun on the long march. In the cold.
What? You sly dog.
Fergus, really?
It's the elven lass that arrived with Lady Landra, isn't it? Don't you tell me it isn't. At any rate, I'll miss you. Take care of everyone, and be here when I get back.
Yepers.
Mama says you're going to be watching over us while Papa is gone. Is that
My
true?
little nephew. I have a nephew in real life, actually. He's kind of adorable and funny. But also a brat. He misbehaves. Still adorable. Wish you wouldn't call me that. Yes, that's true. Yep.
What if the castle is attacked? Will there be dragons?
Dragons are terrible creatures, Orin. They eat people.
Yeah, I want to see one.
This is your influence, Fergus.
What? I didn't say anything.
Are you going to teach me to use a sword, Uncle? Then I can fight evil too. Take that, Dire Bunny. All Darkspawn, fear my sword of truthiness.
You bet. Let's go.
Fergus, there are times your family causes me great pain.
Now, mind your mother, Orin.
I never get to do anything.
Don't worry, son. You'll get to see a sword up close real soon. I promise.
Father.
Be on your way, pup. Long day ahead tomorrow.
How about this Grey Warden?
Ah, I was wondering how long this would take. Has he asked to recruit you?
And if he did?
If he did, then I would have to consider it. If a blight is truly upon us in the south, then Grey Wardens will be needed. There is no higher calling. If it comes to that, we can talk about it when I get back. Until then, just show him every courtesy. Duncan is a fine man. And a hero.
I forget where Duncan is from. It says so in the second book, but I can't remember for sure offhand. He could be Orlesian. He could be a free marcher. I don't remember. I'll go now.
I know that you'll do me proud. You've grown into a fine lad. That much is clear.
Alright, can I talk to Mother?
Let's do as your father says, darling. I will see you
Unfortunately, that's the end of this section. Because kicks you right to bed. Or to bed. Oh, what's going on? Oh, it's just nighttime. Girl, put some clothes on.
Your hound is making so much noise. He seems so angry.
What was that? I could put him out in the hall. What did you do to him? Just thinking, something's wrong, maybe.
I thought I heard yelling when I woke up, but now I hear nothing. I'm gonna see if someone's in the hall.
Well, she's finished.
As you say.
Can I actually equip stuff in mid-comp? Yeah, I can. Equip my longsword, equip my helm. Let's put on some boots. Armor. I hope I'm not coming down with something. It's not COVID, I swear. You guys are safe. From me. Can't speak for anyone else. Huh. Now, as a rule, I don't really like to micromanage such, so I'm gonna be doing tactic menus off screen in order to efficiently get my party members to do what I want. Anyway, we had our little nightcap, and we are being attacked by house soldiers. What?
I shall do it.
I cannot believe this. But why? Oh, How is our friend? They're looking for father. We've got to stop them.
Darling, I heard fighting outside and I feared the worst. Are you hurt?
I'm fine. I was gonna ask you. I need some aid. Those men killed Ayana.
The elven girl? But why?
I was getting it on, and they stopped it forever.
Did you see their shields? Those are How's men. Why would they attack us?
He's betrayed father. Troops are gone. I don't know, Mother, but we need to. Maybe we want to find How and ask him.
If How is behind this, oh God, his lying throat myself. Have you seen your father? He never came to bed.
Maybe he stayed up with Arl How.
We must find him.
Can you still handle a weapon? We should check on Oriana and Orin.
And trust his mercy. What if the soldiers went into your brother's room first? Let's check on them quickly. Then we'll look for Bryce downstairs.
No.
No. My little Orin.
My nephew. And my sister-in-law, I guess. But my nephew. Why would they do this? Don't look, Mother. I'll make them pay. No. We knew him for like half a minute, honestly. I'll kill you all. I don't need to level up the dog.
Can you hear the fighting? Hal's men must be everywhere.
How can we... Then we should take the fight to them.
Don't be foolish. You would throw your life away?
Honestly, I could kill every one of them pretty easy. We can't just let How win!
Listen, darling. We haven't much time. If we can't find your father, you must get out of here alive. Without you and Fergus, the entire Kusan line dies here. If Hal's men are inside, they must already control the castle. We must use the servant's entry in the larder to escape. Do you hear me?
I want How dead.
Then survive and visit vengeance upon him.
Fine. Okay, Mother.
The castle has fallen! I'm getting out of here!
Sounds like he's about to die. Wait. Persuade. Don't be a coward. Stand and fight.
Yes, my lord! Here they come!
What a little boy you are!
Come, let us end this!
I really wish I could make the icon for the mouse bigger. I don't think there's a setting for that. Kill the evil dogs. Oh boy, there's quite a few of them actually. Oh, they killed Mother. Unfortunately for them, we have level ups, and if I remember right, in this game, a level up fully heals you, so we're basically unkillable. Also, in this game, if you actually do fall in combat, you get a penalty until you use an item to take care of that penalty. It's a small debuff.
Come, let us end this.
Occasionally, you can use some little finishing moves like that. Okay, dog. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. I guess I was super wrong and that you cannot level up in mid-combat, which is somewhat of a problem. So, dog. I'm sorry. Doge. I never actually learned what that was from. I never learned that meme. Alright. This is not going to be the most powerful of builds here. I'm not focusing too much on it. We're also not getting any loot.
We're getting close to the treasury. The Kuzlan family blade lies inside. Here, darling, take my key. That blade cannot fall into Hao's hands. It should sever his treacherous head.
Now, Hao actually did show a little bit of this, but one thing I found actually kind of interesting is when you thank him very, what's it called? Genuinely, he seems very uncomfortable and guilty.
Very well.
Which I think is a nice detail. The Kuzlan sword and the Kuzlan shield and the High Ever shield? None of which I'm strong enough to use. Ooh. Non-optimal.
Boom! Blast you! Vengeance! Don't give them the advantage! Get away! We've done.
But we cannot waste more time.
Alright, not a lot really left. There's some fighting in the chapel, but we're gonna ignore that. They killed everybody. That's right. Nothing is sacred, not even God. Not to Hao's men. Wait a second, what the heck? No wonder our mother died before. She's not using a weapon. Who says she's supposed to be using a bow right now? Oh, I didn't notice they had a mage. We gotta put a stop to that. Ugh. Mages are very dangerous. So apparently she forgot to She forgot how to act.
Man the gate! Keep those bastards out as long as you can! Your ladyship, my lord, you're both alive. I was certain Hal's men had gotten through.
They did get through.
They killed Oriana and Oren. I can't believe. Are you injured?
Don't worry about me, your ladyship. Thank the Maker you two are unharmed. When I realized what was happening, it was all I could do to shut the gates. But they won't keep Hal's men out long. If you've another way out of the castle, use it quickly.
Where is the Grey Warden?
I've no idea. You don't think he's involved in this, do you?
Perhaps he was sent to kill Bryce? Oh dear. Have you seen him?
When I last saw the Turn, he'd been badly wounded. I urged him not to go, but he was determined to find you. He went towards the kitchen. I believe he thought to find you at the servants' exit in the larder.
Bless you, Sir Gilmore. Make her watch over you.
Make her watch over us all.
Okay, we need to equip her. Seriously, I could have sworn she was using a bow. We got 3 of those. There you go.
Enemies approaching. Get off! There is hope yet. Where is the Terran? Does he live?
Terran. Alright, this is not the correct way.
We're under attack! It's begun.
The gameplay as the rogue will go faster than this. And I promise when we get our real dog, we will give it a real name. Come, faceless mook. No! Our servants are dead. But where's Nan? Oh wait. That is Nan. Nan's dead too. Yep, I'm looking it up now. I've had enough.
You both are. I was
Bryce!
wondering when you would get here.
Maker's blood, what's happening? You're bleeding.
Hal's men found me first. Almost did me in right there.
I don't know how that's possible. Sony sold 4,192,807 PS5 in the first 6 weeks. Yeah, that doesn't sound right, because I'm pretty sure they only made like 16 of them. Mm-hmm. Could be due to devices near it. I don't think there's anything close to the thing. Where is it? Hold on. Let's move it away from there. Put it right here where it's more exposed. Like right here. Out of juice. Thankfully got some water. Alright, hopefully that solves the disconnection issue. And if not, it doesn't. Not much I can do about it. Other than that. Seriously? Need to get sheets that fit the bed better. Or I could just stream in my chair after I empty it of clothing. Okay. We're almost done with the Human Noble. Then we can move on to our final playthrough. Alright, let's go. Houseman, found him first, almost did me in right there. I'm gonna kill this motherfucker.
You can't get away with this. The king.
Bryce, we must get you out of here.
I won't survive the standing, I think.
I find I have a pretty good vocabulary, and I happen to understand many words. I've never heard the standing used, and I've never heard the word standing used in this context, ever. Unless he's talking about he won't survive standing up. That's not true. You'll be fine.
My boy. If only Will can make it so.
Once Hal's men break through the gate, they will find us. We must go.
Someone must reach Fergus. Tell him what has happened.
And take vengeance that he's the new turn. Hal must have something planned for him too. You can tell him yourself, Father, that he's the new turn.
Yes.
Bryce, no. The servant's passage is right here. We can flee together, find you healing magic.
The castle is surrounded. I cannot make it.
I'm afraid the turn is correct. Hal's men have not yet discovered this exit, but they surround the castle. Getting past will be difficult.
Oh, we have a few new people.
Yes, your ladyship.
Bibby Thumps. Thank you for watching.
Make her be praised.
And Violet's TV. Welcome. You going to help us? Surprised you haven't left. Thank you for saving my father. Can't you do anything about how?
Not here. There are too many men, and they seem as willing to kill me as they are all of you. Flight is the only option.
Whatever is to be done now, it must be quick. They are coming.
Duncan, you are under no obligation to me, but I beg you, take my wife and son to safety.
I will, your lordship, but I fear I must ask for something in return.
Anything.
What is happening here pales in comparison to the evil now loose in
I have
this
2
world.
FPS counters on screen. I
came
need
to your
to...
castle seeking a
I'd like to get
recruit.
rid of one of
The
those.
Darkspawn threat demands that I leave with one.
I'll figure that out after stream.
I understand.
One of those could be OBS. Maybe not. Hard to say. Are you talking about me? What about Sir Gilmore? What? No, I won't do that. What if something happened to Fergus?
Truthfully, you were always my first choice. I will take the Tyrna and your son to Ostagar to tell Fergus and the king what happened. Then, your son joins the Grey Wardens.
So long as justice comes to Hal. I agree.
Then I offer you a place within the Grey Wardens. Fight with us.
You know, I don't actually understand why he's offering it. You can actually fight it. You could try to fight it, and then he invokes the right of conscription. I'm not sure what difference that makes. Like, everybody's dying. I don't see why you saying that you can recruit me anyway does anything. Why would I go with you anyway? I'm getting this off my ankle. Ah. Ugh. Yeah, that is tough, but I think it's good for me. Yeah, my foot feels a bit better. Yeah, I think I might have hurt a muscle earlier this week, but thankfully I'm not doing anything too strenuous at work this week, so hopefully it won't be an issue. I will still wear it. My duty is to take vengeance on Hal. What if Fergus is dead? I refuse. I accept your offer.
Quickly then.
Bryce, are you sure?
Our son will not die of Hal's treachery. He will live and make his mark on the world.
Darling, go with Duncan. You have a better chance to escape without me.
Eleanor.
Hush, Bryce. I'll kill every bastard that comes through that door to buy them time. But I won't abandon you.
Mother, are you sure you want to do this? I can't let you sacrifice yourself. I love you both so much.
Then live, darling. Become a Grey Warden and do what is right.
It's a rough opening.
So sorry.
Let's be honest, like, the one who comes out of their prologue the best is the mage. Everyone else goes through some rough stuff. I guess the commoner dwarf also comes off pretty well.
Through the gates. We must go now.
You know, killing their childhood tormentor. Their sister is married to a noble, and none of their friends die. And they got to show they just swole. Come off pretty good. City elf.
We will be traveling south through the hinterlands.
Fiance dead. One of your friends dead. Your friend raped. Ugh.
To prevent the wildest
And traumatized from it. Ugh.
It's fitting we make our stand here.
And depending on your choices, your other best friend executed in your place for something you both did. This part we've seen before.
A royal welcome?
Not if...
Then I'll have...
But there is some exclusive dialogue.
You are Bryce's youngest, are you not? I don't think we've ever actually met.
Are you not even aware my father is dead?
Dead? What do you mean? Duncan, do you know anything about this?
Terran Cousland and his wife are dead, Your Majesty. Arl Howe has shown himself a traitor and overtaken Highever Castle. Had we not escaped, he would have killed us and told you any story he wished.
I can scarcely believe it. Well, how could he think he could get away with such treachery? As soon as we are done here, I will turn my army north and bring Howe to justice. You have my word.
Is there anything you could do sooner? What kind of justice?
He will hang. I know that will not bring your family back, but Howe will not profit from this. No doubt you wish to see your brother. Unfortunately, he and his men are scouting in the wilds.
I'm not eager to tell him, Your Majesty.
Of that, I have no doubt. You will see him again once the battle is over, I am certain. I apologize, but there's nothing more I can do. All I can suggest is that you vent your grief against the Darkspawn for the time being.
I will do that. So long as Arl Howe pays, I'm happy.
I'm sorry to cut this short, but I should return to my tent. Loghain waits eagerly to bore me with...
And that's all the exclusive dialogue.
Uncle's... Eamon just wants in on the glory. We've won 3 battles against... I'm not even...
What the king said is true. They've won several battles. Despite the victories so far, the Darkspawn horde grows larger with each passing day. By now they look to outnumber us. I know there is an archdemon behind this, but I cannot ask the king to act solely on my feeling. Absolutely. To that end, we should proceed with the joining ritual without delay.
Alright, and we're gonna stop right there with this one. This stream is going a little longer than the others, but that's fine. I still wanna finish with the last origin. But we will take a small break. I'm gonna get some more juice, and I will be back in a couple minutes. Let me just put this on here. Alright, be back in a few minutes. Some more juice. we're back. Excuse me. Alright. So, continuing from before, it's time for our last and final origin. Wait a second. We forgot to look at those extra codex entries. Alright, let's see here. Shouldn't be too many. Or maybe it's a lot. We don't need all of them. Archdemons, this one's important. We don't have to read it later. In darkness eternal they searched for those who would goad them on, until at last they found their prize, their god, their betrayer, the sleeping dragon Dumat. Their taint twisted even the false god, and the Whisperer awoke at last, in pain and horror, and led them to wreak havoc upon all the nations of the world. The first blight. Threnodies 8:7. The false dragon gods of the Tevinter Imperium lie buried deep within the earth, where they have been imprisoned since the Maker cast them down. No one knows what it is that drives the Darkspawn in their relentless search for the sleeping old gods. Perhaps it's instinct, as moths will fly into torch flames. Perhaps there's some remnant of desire for vengeance upon the ones who goaded the Magisters to assault heaven. Whatever the reason, when Darkspawn find one of the ancient dragons, it is immediately afflicted by the taint. It awakens twisted and corrupted, and leads the Darkspawn in a full-scale invasion of the land. A blight. Mabari, not important. Rat. Not important. Though funny little thing. They're not important. Note, she was later eaten by a blight rat and ate 2 years later. Culture and history, this will likely be important. Dogs in Ferelden, this was an interesting one. I am frequently asked during my travels in other lands to explain the dogs omnipresent in Ferelden. There's actually part of the stock sounds in many parts of Ferelden. You can hear dogs barking. In the human settlements. Not so much in Orzammar, I don't think. I'm not sure. I don't think the Mage Tower either. For reasons. But I believe Denerim for sure. The capital definitely has dogs barking as part of some of the stock sounds of the city. Anyway, inevitably I tell my foreign questioners that there are no more dogs in my homeland than their own. In every civilized corner of Thedas, an astute observer will have noticed dogs employed in hunting game, keeping barns and storehouses free of vermin, herding livestock, guarding homes, and even used as beasts of burden in the mountains. It is simply that Ferelden show appreciation for the works that our dogs do, and perhaps the reason for that is tangled up in mythology. Hafter, the first man named to be Tern, the hero who united our Alamar ancestors to drive back the Darkspawn of the Second Blight, was reputed to be the son of a werewolf. Now, perhaps this is meant to be some comment on his temperament, or simply a way of making a great man even larger than life. More than half the nobles of Ferelden claim to be descendants of Haftar, and subsequently, many of our people believe they have some distant kinship with wolves. It's only good manners to be polite to one's kin. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar by Brother Genotivi. The geography of Ferelden. We'll be able to see a world map later of Ferelden, though, I can give a rough estimate right now. I don't know where High Ever is. It might say it on here, but, in the center, rough-ish center in the southern part is a town called Lothering. South of that is the Kokiri Wilds and Ostagar, where we currently are, which is the furthest southern point of the country. Upper right is Denerim, the capital. Pretty far north, very far away from the Troubles. Far left are the Frostback Mountains, which includes the entrance to Orzammar, the Kingdom of the Dwarves. The last city of the Dwarves, I should say. A bit west of that is Redcliffe, the Arling of Redcliffe, which will be important, and a very short distance from that is Lake Calenhad, which houses the Mage Tower of Ferelden. I believe also in the upper central northern part is where, I forget the name of the forest, but there's a forest there, which is the Brazilian Forest. Alright, yeah, it says right there, that's why I remembered. Anyway, let's read this, see if it contradicts anything I just said, or if that map is accurate. The Kingdom of Ferelden is the southernmost civilized nation in Thedas, although some scholars dispute that claim to civilization. It's perhaps the most physically isolated of all the kingdoms of Thedas. To the east is the Amaranthine Ocean, to the north the Waking Sea, to the south the Kokiri Wilds, which in the summer months are a vast peat bog, and in the winter becomes a treacherous labyrinth of iced-over waterways. The Frostback Mountains guard the western border, and only a narrow plain between the mountains and the sea allows travel between Ferelden and Orlais. Most of the land in the central portion of the kingdom, called the Banorn, is open plains. These are crossed by the remnants of an ancient Tevinter highway that once connected Val Royeaux with Ostagar, on the edge of the Kokiri Wilds. The western part of Ferelden is dominated by Lake Calenhad, a huge caldera filled by the runoff of glaciers from nearby mountains. Lake Calenhad is home to the famed fortress of Redcliffe, as well as the Circle Tower, which houses Ferelden's Circle of Magi. In the east is the vast Brazilian fort. You know, I was wrong, it's not here, it's like right here, in the east, yeah. Which the superstitious locals profess to be haunted, and from which rises the Dragon's Peak, a solitary mountain that guards the capital of Denerim. Also by Gentivi. He writes a lot. However, it's not actually relevant, but we can just go over it anyway. Kessel, however, has stood since the Divine Age, when it was not independent Banorn, but merely an outpost of the growing Banorn of Amaranthine. We kind of covered this already. No, we did. We just covered this whole thing. Why is it glowing? Oh. The Kuzlin family, however, was all but wiped out in an unexpected attack by Arl Howe of Amaranthine, and the fate of the Tyrnir is now in question. Ooh, they update these books fast. Noble families of Ferelden. The occupation left empty castles in its wake. Whole families were butchered by the initial invasion, and all those who wouldn't or couldn't bend knee to the Emperor's puppet king were declared traitors and hunted. Many bloodlines ended on Chevalier's blades at dusty crossroads, in forest clearings or in freeholds. And then there were the turncoats. To curry favor with their new masters, some nobles took up arms against their brothers. They betrayed and murdered the rebel queen, an act that created even more vacant titles and lands once King Merrick exacted justice. That Ferelden did not fall apart after the Orlesians left is a testament to the strength of King Merrick. The old family still held grudges against those who had sided with the Empire, and those new families that had been granted titles were viewed as interlopers. The landsmeet that followed Merrick's coronation were tense, to say the least. And one more. The Grey Wardens. The first Blight had already raged for 90... Yeah, the first Blight was the worst in history. I don't know a lot of information about all the Blights. I believe this is the 5th Blight. And if I remember correctly, there's either 7 or 9 old gods. I'm leaning towards 7, so there can be a maximum of 7 blights. But anyway, the first blight, they had no answer. They couldn't stop the archdemon, which is a reason why, but we'll get to that eventually. The first blight raged for 90 years before anyone was able to do anything. The world was in chaos. A god had risen, twisted and corrupted. The remaining gods of Tevinter were silent, withdrawn. What writing we have recovered from those times is filled with despair, for everyone believed, from the greatest archons to the lowliest slaves, the world was coming to an end. At Weissopt Fortress in the desolate Anderfels, a meeting transpired. Soldiers of the Imperium, seasoned veterans who had known nothing their entire lifetimes except hopeless war, came together. When they left Weissopt, they renounced their oaths to the Imperium. They were soldiers no longer. They were Grey Wardens. The Wardens began an aggressive campaign against the Blight, striking back against the Darkspawn, reclaiming land given up for lost. The Blight was far from over, but their victories brought notice, and soon they received aid from every nation in Thedas. They grew in number as well as reputation. Finally, in the year 992 of the Tevinter Imperium, upon the Silent Plains, they met the archdemon Dumat in battle. A third of all of the armies of northern Thedas were lost to the fighting. But Dumat fell, and the Darkspawn fled back underground. I was right. Well, I did not find the solution for the headphone issue, unfortunately. Oh well, even that was not the end. The Imperium once revered 7 gods: Dumat, Zazakel, Toth, Andoral, Razikael? Yeah, Razikael, Lusikan, and Erthemiel. 4 have risen as archdemons. The Grey Wardens have kept watch through the ages, well aware that peace is fleeting, and that their war continues until the last of the dragon gods is gone. The Kokiri Wilds. Kokiri Wilds. It is said that in the midst of the Black Age, when werewolves stalked the lands of Ferelden in numbers that kept every farmholder indoors and hound on every step, a powerful Arl of the Olamari peoples stood and declared that he would put an end to the threat. His Arling stood on the border of the Dark Forest on the southern border of Ferelden Valley, and he claimed that the werewolves used the forest to launch their midnight assaults on humanity. For 20 years, this Arl led an army of warriors and hounds deep into the forest. In his hunt for the werewolves, he slew not only every wolf he came upon, but also every member of the chastened wilder folk. Any of them, he said, could harbor a demon inside and thus be werewolf in disguise. For 20 years, the forest rang with screams and the rivers ran red. The tales say that an old chastened woman found her sons all dead at the Arl's blades. She pulled one of those very blades from one son's heart and plunged it into her own chest, cursing the Arl's name as she did so. Where her blood touched the ground, a mist began to rise. It spread and spread until it was everywhere in the forest. The Arl's army became lost, and it is said that they died there. Others say that they wander still. The ruins of his Arlings stand to this day, filled with the ghosts of women waiting eternally for their husbands to return. The forest of legend is, of course, the Kokiri Wilds. There are as many legends about the great southern forest as there are shadows, or so the saying goes. The chastened wilder folk have made their home there since mankind first came to these lands, and the wild lands spread as far into the south as anyone has ventured. Beyond the mists are vast tracts of snow, white-capped mountains, and entire fields of ice. It is a land too cold for mankind to survive, yet the chastened eke out an existence even there, and they tell of horrors beyond the wilds that the lowland folk could not begin to comprehend. To most, Ferelden simply ends with the Kokiri Wilds. There's nothing beyond. The wilds is a land of great trees, wet marshes, and dangerous monsters. What more need be said? From Land of the Wilders by Mother Alis, Chantry Scholar, 918 Dragon. Darkspawn. Those who had sought to claim heaven by violence destroyed it. What was golden and pure turned black. Those who had once been mage lords, the brightest of age, were no longer men, but monsters. Threnodies 12:1. Sin was the midwife that ushered Darkspawn into this world. The Magisters fell from the Golden City, and their fate encompassed all our worlds, for they were not alone. No one knows of the Darkspawn come. A dark mockery of men in the darkest places they thrive, growing in numbers as a plague of locusts will. In raids they will often take captives, dragging the victims alive into the deep roads. But most evidence suggests that these are eaten. Like spiders, it seems Darkspawn prefer their food still breathing. Perhaps they are simply spawned by the darkness. Certainly we know that evil has no trouble perpetuating itself. The last blight was in the Age of Towers, striking once again at the heart of Tevinter, spreading south into Orlais and east into the Free Marches. The plague spread as far as Ferelden, but the withering and twisting of the land stopped well beyond our borders. Here, Darkspawn have never been more than the stuff of legends. In the northern lands, however, particularly Tevinter and the Underfells, they say Darkspawn haunt the hinterlands, preying on outlying farmers and isolated villages. A constant threat. From Ferelden, Folklore and History by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. A lot of Chantry scholars are they just know a lot, I guess. Characters. King Cailan Theron. I'd hoped for a war like in the tales. A king riding with the fabled Grey Wardens against a tainted good. Son of the legendary King Merrick Theron, Cailan was the first Ferelden king born into a land free from foreign rule in 2 generations. Since his father's death, he held the throne alongside his queen, Anora. The Mabari is clever enough to speak and wise enough to know not to. Ferelden proverb. Aiden's Warhound is a pedigree older than Highever and a penchant for driving cooks to distraction. That is a different description than in any of the other origins because, obviously, you're not a human noble, so it would not have the same origin. Arl Rendon Howe. When Bryce sent his men to support the King of Oxagar, Howe took it as an opportunity to attack Highever, slaughtering the people there and claiming the lands and title as his own. Of all the inhabitants of Castle Coosland, only Aiden survived. Which I assume is they just take out that imagine for every other origin, take out that last sentence. And you know exactly what happened in that origin. Because as we mentioned, every origin happens. All of them. But only the one with Duncan survives, because Duncan's the reason they do. Aiden could not have broken the encirclement himself. And his father would have died without Duncan's help. Like, he died anyway, but he would have died much sooner. It's a shame. Loghain you know what, we're going to save that one. He'll be important later. And nothing else important. So that's all of our codex entries. We're all caught up. Yep. Alrighty then. Now we can actually make a character, and we're gonna spend some time on this one. We are going to be doing some optimal stats, some good builds. I have our build ready, in fact. Huh. Interesting to know.
The Chantry teaches us that it is the hubris of men which brought the Darkspawn into our world. The mages had sought to usurp heaven, but instead, they destroyed it.
Apparently Dwarf Noble is the best choice for at least according to this, but it's not like it's gonna matter. I really do like that opening quote.
They returned as monsters, the first of the Darkspawn. they became a blight upon the lands, unstoppable and relentless. The Dwarven kingdoms were the first to fall, and from the deep roads, the Darkspawn drove at us again and again, until finally we neared annihilation. The Grey Wardens came. Men and women from every race, warriors and mages, barbarians and kings. The Grey Wardens sacrificed everything to stem the tide of darkness, and prevailed.
Makes sense. Don't need any of that.
It has been 4 centuries since that victory, and we have kept our vigil. We have watched and waited for the Darkspawn to return. But those who once called us heroes have forgotten. We are few now, and our warnings have been ignored for too long. I have seen with my own eyes what lies on the horizon. Maker, help us all.
That is the last time we will see that opening. Gonna be an elf. And there are 4 romanceable companions, one of which we will be romancing. And it is for that reason we're going to be a male, because the one we're going to romance is male only. For those of you in the know, for those of you who also care, for those of you who don't care, I don't care. Anyway, Rogue. Dalish.
Greetings.
Oh, what? Nope. Carefully crafted. Proud of your role. I forgot to read this before, actually. Human noble, born to wealth and power, second only to royalty. You find your training in both diplomacy and battle put to the test as your brother leads the bulk of your family's forces to war in the south. Sorry, I forgot to read that earlier. Anyway. Proud of your role as one of the few true elves. You have always assumed you would spend your life with your tribe, until a chance encounter with a relic of your people's past threatens to tear you away from everything you have ever known.
Greetings.
We are going to take some time to craft a good-looking guy. Or at least decent. He's okay. My stream is not up. Alright. I like the look of not that. This guy is a base, I think. No, this one. And for Dalish, we will be using the tattoo. It's culturally important. The, forget what it's called. The something ink writing. I like that one. So just the color. It's the only one I can really tell. And we're gonna... No, we'll keep it intense. We do need to change that hair, though. Ponytail dread could be fine. While we will be using a helmet, we do have a mod to hide helmet. Yeah, we won't be using it all the time. I think we're actually just gonna stick with this. Do we want to keep the hair color though? I kind of want to be a blonde. It doesn't come out very blonde though. It doesn't matter. I don't care too much about eyebrows. Eyes. The one issue with the character creator here is the lighting makes some things kind of difficult to see. Yeah, I can't tell any difference in these eye colors. Thing flies. I tend not to adjust too many things like these myself. Sometimes if I'm going for something very specific, I will. But in this case, I'm not. It could make him look real silly.
I have lost the spell! I must try another tactic. I need buy, please. How do you do?
Right. Casting, focus. New weapon. Coming through.
Greetings. Well, that didn't work. My weapon isn't working.
Greetings. I have lost my concentration.
Charmed, I'm sure.
It didn't work. Greetings. Oh, my spell.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Alright. We don't want to be named Theron. We're gonna name ourselves the most elvish of names ever. Yep. So elvish. Zemnahort Mahariel. Now that last name's kind of important. Alright. We have crafted our character. Now to let our character grow. We're going to need a couple points in that. But we'll do all that later. Right now, dex. We're not going to use survival. We will use poison making later, which I honestly have not really made much of. I don't know if we're going to use herbalism. We're not going to use traps. We are going to use stealing, and we're going to use coercion. For our main character, we're not going to use combat tactics, but we are going to use combat training. I know. Let's have a look at what we're going to grab. Good to know. I've never used traps, but honestly, I don't really like it. Good to know. In that case... Well, if you insist. We're gonna need that. What are the cornerstones of a rogue build? We're also gonna need that. Thankfully, we've already got that. We are gonna want this. I'm not gonna use that one. Garbage. Great. Want this literally as soon as we can possibly get it. Mm-hmm.
You were born amidst the Dalish elves, noble wanderers who refused to join the society of humans that subjugated their homeland so long ago. The Dalish traveled the land in tightly knit clans, struggling to maintain their half-forgotten lore in a human world that fears and despises them. You spend your time hunting with your clanmate Tamlin in the forests, and as is sometimes the case, your quarry is not always the local wildlife.
It's a Dalish!
And you three are somewhere you shouldn't be.
Let us pass, Elf. You have no right to stop us.
No? We will see about that, won't we? You're just in time. I found these humans lurking in the bushes. Bandits, no doubt.
We aren't bandits, I swear. Please don't hurt us.
You Shemlin are pathetic. It's hard to believe you ever drove us from our homeland.
We've never done nothing to you, Dalish. We didn't even know this forest was yours.
This forest isn't ours, fool. You've stumbled too close to our camp. You Shems are like vermin. We can't trust you not to make mischief. What do you say, Lethalon? What should we do with them?
Kill them. What do I care? The others will never know. Let them go. You judge humans too harshly. Let's find out what they're doing here. Give them a warning. Killing them will only bring trouble. Let's find out what they're about. Whoops.
Might bring more of them. You are too soft.
Look, we didn't come here to be trouble. We just found a cave.
I mean, we find out anyway.
A cave with ruins like I've never seen. We thought there might be,
Treasure? So you're more akin to thieves than actual bandits.
If you've been there, you should have treasure to prove it. Ha, I'd like to see these ruins. We know this forest. There are caves, but no ruins. You lie! Show us proof.
I have proof. Here, we found this just inside the entrance.
This stone has carvings. Is this Elvish? Written Elvish?
There's more in the ruins. We didn't get very far in, though.
This sounds like a trap. Don't believe it. How do you know it's Elvish, Tamlin? Why not?
I've seen something similar on the Keeper's scrolls. And this is all you found? Why didn't you look for more?
There was a demon. It was huge with black eyes. Thank the Maker we were able to outrun it.
A demon. Where is this cave?
Just off the west, I think. There's a cave in the rock face and a huge hole just inside.
Well, do you trust them? Shall we let them go?
Kill one. The others will make sure no one else comes. You frightened us enough. Bother us so they can bring a mob to drive us out. Kill them all. They're good.
And don't come back until we Dalish have moved on.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, shall we see if there's any truth to this story? These carvings make me curious.
I'm not sure. I have a bad feeling about this demon. Shouldn't we inform the Keeper? Sounds like a great idea!
She might be interested in these carvings, but let's see if there's anything more before we get excited. Besides, we're already here. Now, they said it was to the west.
Alright. It starts you off with a bow. And bows suck. I ain't about that. So, we're gonna equip some good weapons. We do happen to have a fancy little dagger right here, which we will use later until we get something better, but you know, it's pretty good. We should be able to use it by like level... like level 4 maybe? I mean, I don't remember how many points we get per level. But we get enough. We'll be able to use stuff. Yeah, this really is just the best one of all of them. Easy. Easy money. Backstab damage. I'm gonna say +1 to everything.
Come on already, let's look for this cave. They said it was to the west.
Oh boy. Honestly, I cannot tell if any of you are bots, but Lemon Juice is 12, Rubber Slayer, and Silly Gnome 225, and Bing Cortana. Welcome. I have no way of knowing who is and who is not a bot, so until further notice, I will assume you are real. Feel free to tell me in chat if you're real or not. I'd love to know. Alright, Tamlin. Bro. You ain't good enough for this. Oh, wow. I don't remember how the mod works. Oh right, the mod is just a hide everything while it's on, or when it's off, don't hide anything. It's rough. Now this one, we're actually going to, you know, gather stuff. Last one we didn't care because we knew we weren't going to continue with that character. Not even casually. But here, whoa. Game? Come on, game. You can do it. You can do it, game. I believe in you. Boy. 2010. The 2000s were an interesting time. 2009, if I remember right.
This must be the cave. I don't recall seeing this before, do you?
No, I don't. Hold on. Okay. No, I don't. Let's check it out. No, and I don't think we should go in alone. No, and that worries me. We should be wary.
Always the careful one. Fine. But I'm not running back until I know there's something worth making a fuss over. Come on, let's at least see what's there. How dangerous could it be?
Famous last words. Gather your party and venture forth. I think that's a reference to something. Oh wait, I think that's
Looks like the Shem was
no, whatever.
telling the truth. But these ruins look more human than elven.
Interesting.
All right.
Well, whoever that was, I'm sure they're just fine.
Of course.
Tamlin, what on earth are you doing? Put your bow back on. Oh man, this game is just falling apart. Those are not supposed to be squares.
Of course.
Oof. Wow. Put that away. Put that away. Put your bow back on. I need you in the back. Jesus. Make or preserve me, Tamlin. I don't remember the Elvish curse off the top of my head. Yeah, no, I don't remember.
See there? That's a trap.
He's eating. Oh no, they're eating him, and then they're gonna eat me. Oh my god. Yeah, spiders are somewhat tricky sometimes.
Now this should be amusing.
I would watch out were I you.
Not much
That's a trap.
lore just yet, but there will be. Tamlin, where were you when I needed you? I thought you were my brother. And you just let that thing all over me.
I would watch out.
Like an aggressive drunk on a lady in an alley. I was helpless. Defenseless. Terrified. And its breath stank just as bad. What do you mean? God, I knew I should have grabbed a thing. Oh well. I would say that this is a bit shorter than the last one.
Can't believe this. You recognize this statue, don't you?
Of course, it's worn, but it looks vaguely familiar.
Back when our people lived in Arlathan, statues like these honored the creators. When the Shems enslaved us, much of that lore was lost. This looks like human architecture, with the statue of our people. Can these ruins date back to the time of Arlathan?
We're nowhere near Arlathan. This proves nothing. Perhaps there isn't much left here. This isn't the time for a hit time. This isn't the time or place for a history lesson. It's interesting so much of our past is lost to us.
Ancient elves might have lived here, with humans.
All right.
Lost experience. Now you can set your stats any which way you'd like, but you will not see that trap coming.
Are those walking corpses? This place is haunted.
I've never actually struggled that much with those guys. Well, no one said this thing that I was perfect. Oh no, it's a bear. Scar.
Creators.
And so I shall.
Ooh.
What was that thing?
Level 2. Okay, get 3 points though. Yeah, I'll have enough.
You aren't going to leave without taking a closer look at the mirror, are you?
I'll come back and look at it later.
I want to look at it now. It's the only thing we've seen in here. I wonder what this writing is.
No, darn it.
Maybe this isn't...
I need to reset.
Maybe something moved inside the mirror.
Spoilers. Only one of us is going to leave here. One thing though is if a character is wearing equipment when they leave the party, they keep that equipment. So my plan was to strip Tamlin of everything he had and never loved before this scene, which would make it very funny with him in his underwear. But I guess we're not going to do that. I mean, I don't really need the cash that much I was going to sell from. But I'm still going to reload and do it. So we'll just do the scene normal. Inside the mirror, let me see. Get away from it, Tamlin. You're imagining things. Let me see.
Don't you see it? There it is again. Can you feel that? I think it knows we're here. I just need to take a closer look. It's showing me places. I can see some kind of city. Underground. And there's a great blackness.
army. Help! I can't look away!
Tamlin. Get him fucked up.
Can you hear me? I am very sorry.
Get unfucked up, boy. And not much we can do about that.
You're awake. You've the god's own luck, Lethaline. You're back at camp. Everyone is worried sick about you. How do you feel?
How'd I get here, Fenrirol? Fine, Fenrirol, but a little groggy. Worried. Where's Tamlin?
I don't know. The Shem who brought you here saw no sign of him.
I don't remember anything. I was in a cave, then nothing.
He was a Grey Warden and appeared out of nowhere with you slung over his shoulder. You were delirious with fever. He said that he found you outside a cave in the forest, unconscious and alone. He left you here and ran off again. The Keeper's been using the old magic to heal you.
I need to talk to the Keeper right away. Is anyone looking for Tamlin? The Shem was a Grey Warden. Will I be alright? Where the is Tamlin?
Of course. Most of the hunters are off looking for him right now. But the Keeper wanted to talk to you as soon as you awoke. Stay here. I'll get her.
I see you are awake, Dahlan. It is fortunate Duncan found you when he did. I know not what dark power held you, but it nearly bled the life from you. It was difficult even for my magic to keep you alive.
Duncan, is that the one who brought me back? I kept telling Tamlin we should have come back. What happened to it? Then Tamlin could be sick as well.
If he encountered the same thing you did? Yes. The Grey Warden said he found you alone outside a cave, already stricken. Duncan thought there may have been darkspawn creatures inside the cave. Is that true?
All I remember was the mirror. Why listen to anything as Shemlin says? I'm not sure. What does a darkspawn look like? Did he not go inside the cave himself and see? There were walking corpses and other strange monsters.
Walking corpses? Dark magic, but not darkspawn. I know not what the other creatures might have been. What else did you find? What is the last thing you remember?
A mirror. Tamlin touched it.
A mirror. And it caused all this? I have never heard of such a thing in all the lore we have collected. I was hoping for answers when you woke, but there are only more questions. And Tamlin remains missing. He is more important than any lore in these ruins. If he is as sick as you were, his condition is grave. Duncan returned to the cave to search for Darkspawn, but we cannot rely on him to look for Tamlin as well. We must go ourselves, and quickly. Do you feel well enough to show us the way, Dahlan? Without you, we will not find it.
Could I simply describe the way to someone? I don't know. Is my sickness gone? I'm up to it, Keeper. I feel fine. I feel great. Feel like $1,000,000. What are those? I don't know.
Take Merrill with you to the cave. Find Tamlin if you can, but do it swiftly.
Take Merrill to the cave, find Tamlin. I understand. The clan's leaving? Are you not interested in the ruins of the mirror? Why do you want me to take Merrill?
If there is any truth to what Duncan said, then Darkspawn may show up in these parts soon. We must get away from that horde. But that is not our only concern. Did you encounter any other humans out in the forest?
3 of them, yes. We drove them off. Yes, is it important?
Although you hurt no one, these humans roused their nearby village against us. As everywhere, our people are not welcome here. We have stayed too long, and we must move on, quickly.
Why do you want me to take Merrill? No, I'm kidding. You're gonna let them drive us off?
Their entire village if we cared to, but at the cost of bringing their king's rage down on our heads. These people are simple and have simple fears. This is their land, so we will go peacefully.
What do you want me to take that stick in the mud?
Merrill knows a degree of my magic. Tamlin's chances of surviving the journey back.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it right now. Marilyn Dragon Age 1 is bland. She's whatever. Marilyn Dragon Age 2 is the most adorable thing ever. She's basically the definition of adorable, but also she's like super naive as well. And it's not a great combination for her. For me, it's the best thing ever and I love it. But for her, it's not great. Anyway, not interested in the mirror?
I would be lying if I said I was not. But whatever knowledge lies in that cave is not worth our children. I send you back with hopes of finding Tamlin, and that is all.
Reminder that if you find anything wrong with the stream, feel free to speak up. Take me out to the cave and find Tamlin.
Go quickly.
No problem.
His life hangs in the balance.
Curious about these Darkspawn.
Remember that Tamlin needs your help.
Oh god, I can really just do it. I'm terrible. Tamlin can burn. Didn't the Grey Wardens destroy the Darkspawn?
They destroyed the last horde of Darkspawn to threaten the surface centuries ago. It doesn't mean they extinguished them all.
Did this cave was Darkspawn lair?
Darkspawn are savage, uncultured creatures, more akin to locusts than men. They may have befouled the cave, but they did not build what is there. From the Warden's description, it may have been a temple devoted to an old god.
We're not going to continue after the origin.
I may see it for myself.
Why did the Grey Warden think I'd met a Darkspawn?
Darkspawn are filthy, diseased beasts that taint the very air around them. The Grey Warden seemed to think your illness came from this taint. Since you did not meet any Darkspawn, I don't see how that could be. No doubt he was mistaken.
What is a Darkspawn exactly? I've never seen one before.
They are mostly boogeymen, used to frighten human children. In modern times, they are rarely seen on surface lands. But rumor holds that great numbers dwell in the ancient tunnels of the Draganlan, the dwarves. They obliterate all that is in their path. Like a plague of locusts, they spread disease and misery when they come to the surface. An event to be feared, without doubt.
Could that bear have been a Darkspawn?
The old tomes say Darkspawn come in as many varieties as surface creatures. They also say that many Darkspawn are seen only during what the humans call a blight. Perhaps your bear monster was one of those. Then do not tarry. Find Tamlin quickly.
Questions for Grey Warden.
Tamlin's life is at stake? Very well.
They disappeared.
Not quite, Dylan. After they defeated the Darkspawn long ago, the Grey Warden's numbers diminished greatly over the centuries. It seems the humans have little use for them if Darkspawn aren't actively raising their lambs. I suppose the thought of Darkspawn returning one day did not occur to them.
I mean, after the 7 blights, I could imagine it being fine, but I'll get into well, they may be needed after that too, or not. It's hard to say. And have they returned?
The Grey Warden thinks so. A war may be in the offing. If so, we must get as far away from it as possible.
Could we not help?
Let the humans fight their battles, as we must fight our own.
Why did you believe anything this Shemlin said?
He seemed honorable, and his care for your safety speaks well of him. I trust my judgment.
How do you know where to bring me?
He said he'd been looking for our clan, and had a hint of our whereabouts. As I said, you were fortunate. It is possible he sought a volunteer to join their order.
Dalish have joined them before?
Indeed. The Grey Wardens once consisted of the best from all races. I know of no Dalish joining them since the days of the Darkspawn Wars, however.
What if we asked for one now?
It would be a great honor, though I don't know why any Dalish would choose such a life. Regardless, he has not asked.
The Warden's great warriors?
They are the best and most noble of all races, Dalen. Few can achieve their standards.
No more
Then
questions.
do not tarry. Find Tamlin quickly.
I need equipment.
Master Island can help you. Go to him and ask to see his stock.
Goodbye, Keeper. Alright, piles of sacks. Thought I saw something else over here.
So you have returned to us, Dalen. We are grateful you are whole and well.
Indeed, the Shemlin are responsible for this. I'm glad to be here as well, Haren.
So you should be. What were you two thinking, wandering into that cave without first coming to tell the Keeper?
You're right. We should have come back here first. We wanted to see if there's anything to tell. Tamlin insisted we go inside.
Idea, huh? And you've no mind of your own. I suppose your youth can be forgiven. Sadly, Tamlin pays the price. Losing you would
He's
be
got
a
very
terrible
bright
crime.
green eyes.
You belong to more than just yourself, or do you not remember?
What do you mean? What do you mean? So I made a mistake. Why go on? But I'm sorry, Haren. I'll try harder next time.
Would you even know the reason behind your efforts? I wonder. Let us tell these children of the fall of the Dales.
Tamlin is like got a knife wound right now, I guess. He's like screaming, "Help! Let's tell them about it." Certainly, Haren. Tamlin's dying right now.
Children,
Let's tell a tale.
Dales. Hear the tale of what makes you Dalish. Would you care to begin, Dalen?
Well, children, it starts with a mommy and a daddy elf. Let's tell it. Long ago, we were slaves to humans.
Yes, slaves to a terrible empire. The humans built on the darkest magic. When it fell, we became free. We built a homeland in the Dales, worshipping the creators, and rebuilding the culture and history we lost in our long years of slavery.
If you've ever lost your bow, it was a lot like that. I forget what comes next. But the humans wouldn't let us be.
Because we would not worship their gods. And because we put our people first. Over the years, their nations grew cold toward the Dales. In their eyes, we were blasphemers and cruel tyrants.
But also great for festivals, we're told. And then some kind of war? I forget. And the humans declared war on the Dales.
So the Dales fell. They took our lands and dispersed our people, forcing us to live in their cities and abandon our gods. But many of us refused to relinquish our ways. We instead chose to scatter to the winds, wandering the lands.
Not to mention the Shemlin city smelled terrible. Please tell the rest, Haren. We chose wandering the lands rather than the human rule.
To survive and preserve our culture, the clans stay apart until the day the Elvenon have a homeland once more.
We shall just think of the celebration we'll have then. Then, we shall return the old ways to those who have lost them.
We are the Dalish, keepers of the lost lore, walkers of the lonely path.
We are the last Elvenon. Never again shall we submit.
Thank you for your forbearance, Dalen. You remember both the tale and the oath of the Dales perfectly. I will let you get back to your tasks. I pray you find Tamlin quickly.
Beard's getting kind of long, honestly. I would like to hear more about our history.
Now that's something I rarely hear. Of course.
Tell me about Arlathan.
Ah, yes. The Lost City. Before the Shemlin enslaved us, even before they came to this part of the world, our people lived in glorious Arlathan. Legends say that our ancestors were immortal, and we possessed magic the Shemlin could only dream of.
Do no books record our history?
When the humans enslaved us, they took away our language, our history, and our immortality. We quickened to the pace of life and retained nothing of ourselves. We were slaves for so long that even when we became free, there was little for us to recover. If books still exist, I do not know of them.
Is my mic still working? Is my mic still working? Yes, it is. Great. Why the Shems allow us to exist if they hate us so much?
Perhaps they have no choice. Dalish clans are scattered to the winds and rarely gather, which makes us difficult for any organized effort to destroy. And why bother? We have nothing they want. No land, no treasure. And we always move on, allowing no one to grow too angry with us. Some might see this as cowardly, but we are proud. We are the last, and we will survive.
What happened to the elves who didn't join the Dalish?
They remain in human cities, forgetting all they once had. We call them Flat Ears, but they differ little from their Shemlen masters. A few may return, but we must accept that they know nothing of the lore, or why we keep it.
Do you think we'll ever find another homeland?
We can hope to find a new home one day, where the Dalish and the Flat Ears will build a land greater even than Arlathan. We shall teach the Flat Ears the lore they lost, and perhaps they will teach us to understand the Shemlen at last. That is the only way we shall truly live in peace.
I think I'm probably going to be an elf in third playthrough. The lore and all.
Then I'm sure you have much to do, unless you've other questions.
What do you know about the Grey
What
Wardens?
brought you back? Very little. We seemed decent enough as humans go. As for Grey Wardens, they're heroes without a doubt. Members of our own clan joined their ranks in ages past.
What do you know about Darkspawn?
Only that they eat living flesh and lurk in underground tunnels, once ruled by the Dergenlen, the dwarves. In the last blight long ago, the Grey Wardens all but wiped them out. Should they return, all races will shudder.
Did the elves ever live in caves?
I've never heard of such a thing. But in the days of ancient Arlathan, we lived free and spread far across the continent. We were as varied as the Shemlen, though fewer in number. Perhaps some of us lived in caves then, but all knowledge from that era is lost.
I should go.
Of course. May the gods guide your path, Dalen.
In terms of religion, Andrastenism would be the most popular.
Would be a great blow to the clan.
And the most widespread. I believe the second highest would probably be Tevinter. They kind of ruled the world at one point, so they're still kind of widespread. And their empire, while not worldwide anymore, is somewhat sizable. Smaller than that, though, would probably be the Dalish, which only really includes the Dalish. But there are quite a few Dalish around, if you know where to look. Number 4 would probably be the Qunari, which we'll get into that much later. How are the Hala faring, Marin?
They fare well. The Keeper called for the clan to move on, and they will be ready to take us. One is heavy with
time
the
is it?
path, but it
Oh, it's
shouldn't
almost
be a
8.
problem.
How long have I been
Ask
streaming?
Tamlin's fate. Some say the clan will leave before we find him.
Almost 4 hours. This will be a long part. We're going to find him. Don't you worry.
The Hala mourn our fallen. No sound is more heart-wrenching than their mourning cry. At least they won't be crying over you. They are quite fond of you.
The Hala are beautiful
I
creatures.
admire them for their strength and
They're kind of like
they are equals,
deer, I guess, or
not
reindeer.
servants like the Shenlin horses. At any rate, I do not envy the Keeper's decision. I'll pray for Tamlin's safe return. Anithara, it's good to see you recovered. They fare well. The Keeper called for the clan to move on, and they will be ready to take. May I ask of Tamlin's fate? The Hala, at least they won't be crying over you. They're more.
Huh. Weird. That's just lore. Wait, what did that just say? This broken, moss-covered statue once represented Gilanain, the elven goddess of guides and navigation.
Of course.
To the Dalish, she is known as the Mother of the Hala.
Is the Keeper sending you back to that cave to look for Tamlin?
Yes, I'm going with Meryl.
I want to go with you. Keeper Marithari probably won't approve, but I can help find Tamlin.
That is a familiar voice. Who is that? Is that Yuri Lowenthal? Let's just do a quick search for that. Alright, come with us.
Good. I'll follow you. Just to make sure Meryl doesn't go running to the Keeper when you tell her I'm coming.
No, I don't know, I can't remember. Whatever. He's coming with us.
What? You're not changing your mind now, are you?
No.
Then let's find Meryl. I'm ready whenever you are.
All right.
Keeper.
I see you have not left with Meryl yet. Is there something you need?
I want to bring Fenrirel.
Fenrirel? Are you certain?
Fenrirel.
I'm already putting Meryl at risk. I don't want to lose you too.
I want to help Keeper. If we can find Tamlin, it's worth the risk.
Very well then. You have my permission. And thank you for asking for it.
Alright, I am back. Oof, maybe I ate a little too much. Didn't think I ate that much at all, but whatever. Alrighty. Oh! Excuse me. There we are. I am back. I am back and better than ever, I'm sure. Alright. Let's continue. Where was I? We just got permission from the Keeper. Great. Where is my mouse? There we are. And nothing important there. Is this even the right way? I don't think it is. I'm going to admit, I have a terrible sense of direction. This is a statue dedicated to the elven wolf god Fen'Harel. And it's, of course, that is not long, nearly long enough. Whatever. Island.
I'm glad you've recovered. Once we find Tamlin, we can concentrate on the journey northward.
Thank you for the bow, Master Island. It is light and sturdy, much better than the one I made last year.
You are more than welcome. My father made it and used it in battle against the Clane tribes.
I will carry it with honor.
Could I ask for a bow as well, Master Island?
One of my own crafting, perhaps?
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna sell that stuff for cash!
It may not have a history, but you'll provide one for it soon enough, yes?
Yeah, sure I will. I'd like to hear the story of your father's battle.
Then I am proud to tell it. Our clan was one of the first to flee the Dales. When we came to Ferelden, the fiercest of the Shimlin were the barbarians known as the Clane. We didn't wait for them to attack us. Every Dalish clan in Ferelden united to bring the battle to them.
We attacked them first? There are more Dalish clans in Ferelden. Ah, serves them right. Let them fear us more clans.
In Ferelden, in Orlais, wherever there are lands the humans cannot hold, we bring our Aravels. You met some at the last gathering. The ensuing battle went well for us. That day, we carved out our reputation of being the deadliest archers. Our arrows won us the right to wander these woods at will. It was this very bow that my father used that day.
Thank you for the tale, Master Island, and especially the bow. I will honor its history.
Why would you relinquish such a relic?
We are all the same clan. His hand is as my hand. I have relinquished nothing. It was my father who first spoke of the Vir Tanadal, the three ways of the hunter. The first is the Vir Asan, the way of the arrow, to reach for our goal unrelenting. The second is the Vir Borasan, the way of the bow, to bend but not to break. The last is the Vir Adalen, the way of the wood. We are as ancient as the forests, each tree a part of the greater land. All Dalish are united in this. One day, we shall have a homeland again.
May I see your crafts, Master Island?
Take whatever you need.
I never used arrows.
Of course.
Now, as a notorious pack rat, I am terrible.
Hello there. I don't think we've met.
Ah, it's good you're well. You weren't here when Paul arrived, were you?
I've heard of you. Everyone is talking about you and the other missing hunter. A Grey Warden brought you back here.
You're not Dalish, aren't you?
That obvious, is it? I just found your camp a couple of days ago. A lucky thing. I heard rumors in a nearby human village that a Dalish camp was close, and I hope to find your hunters in the forest.
You were fortunate I didn't shoot you, Paul. I thought you were a Shem, and a bandit at that. You're not the first city elf to rejoin his people. I'm sure you'll find life among us more satisfying than with the Shems, if no less harsh.
In the alienage, we hear terrible stories about the Dalish. They aren't true, right?
Only the parts where we sacrifice young elves to the gods. Prove yourself useful and the clan will be your home. Just don't be a coward like some and flee. Nothing to worry about. Prove yourself. It'll be your home.
My best. I hope we find your missing friend very soon.
Indeed, we don't sacrifice young anymore. I'm kidding. Oh, don't think I've gotten that one before. Carve wooden head. Boo. It's not that I can't read that fast, it's that the codex entries pop on top of it. Gross. Fire arrow.
By the creators, it is so good to see you whole and well. I was so worried.
Anethara Ashale. It's good to see you too.
All that time you were ill, the Keeper didn't know if you were going to live or die. I've been outside the Keeper's tent the whole time. I have never been so relieved as when I heard you would pull through. What happened? Everyone says Tamlin may be dead.
He's missing. That's all we know right now.
Awful. He's been a good friend to you since you were fletchlings. You must be more careful. Your mother and father, may they rest in peace, would be horrified to see you take such risks.
You've never spoken of my parents much, Ashale. I don't know if it's Ashale or Ashale.
What happened to them is a sad tale, and it's in the past. Reopening old wounds benefits no one.
Don't we Dalish strive to learn of our past?
You've much to do tonight with Tamlin still missing. I will tell you another time.
My stats aren't good enough.
Yes, my dear?
Can I convince you?
You have much to do with Tamlin still missing.
Blah. What was the other option?
Yes, my dear?
Just saying hello.
That's sweet of you.
Darn it.
The Keeper told me I'm to accompany you back to those caves. As her apprentice, I may see something you missed. But our main objective is to find Tamlin, of course. We must make haste. He may not have much time.
Veneral's coming with us.
That depends on the Keeper. I thought we're supposed to go alone.
Keeper's fine with it.
That's good enough for me. Now, are we ready?
You worried about getting sick?
A little, but the Keeper cured you. How dangerous could it be? Even if I get sick, finding Tamlin or something valuable will be worth it.
How much did Keeper tell you?
Enough to pique my interest and my concern. You can explain the rest on the way. Master Island could help you, but do not tarry.
Meryl is one of two characters whom I know of who appear in later games, who have a different appearance, though admittedly not too far off, but more importantly, different voice actress. And of course, but even more than that, even more than the other character, Meryl has a different personality in the later game.
And let us make haste while daylight lasts.
And it's honestly kind of jarring. It's basically Dragon Age Origins Meryl is basically an entirely different character from later on. The other character who changed pretty dramatically, they didn't change personality-wise, but their physical appearance definitely did change quite a bit. We will not see them for quite some time.
What were those things? Were those Darkspawn?
I don't know. Never seen that before.
I've never seen anything like them. You can smell the evil on them. Where did they come from? Were they here before?
Maybe the mirror has something to do with it.
What would Darkspawn have to do with our people? The stories say our Lathan fell long before the Darkspawn appeared. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Let's hope we don't find any more of these monsters. Before we go, are you alright? Were you hurt during the fight?
I'm fine. Why do you ask?
You do look quite pale now that Meryl's mentioned it.
What are you implying?
Nothing. Forget I said anything. Let's go.
You think I'm a punk? Is that what you're saying? Cause let's go right now. I'll take on both of you. I ain't no punk.
I wonder whose camp this is. Do you remember it being here?
No, it wasn't here. It's fresh.
The Grey Warden said he was returning to the cave. Perhaps this is his camp. If so, he's not here now. And we've seen no sign of Tamlin. Maybe we should... Wait. Do you hear that?
No forest creatures. It's too quiet.
Exactly. The forest is too... still. Something's in the air. Something unnatural.
Careful, I don't like this.
It seems whatever you woke up inside that cave has spread outside. The sooner we find this cave and Tamlin, the sooner we can leave. Take us there quickly.
As you desire.
Geez, this place is unoptimized. But that's okay, we won't be here for long. Just ignore that clipping texture. Gather your party and venture forth!
So these are the ruins. Interesting. They're definitely of human origin, yet elven artifacts are scattered amongst them. Nothing explains the monsters, though. But we must find Tamlin, or what's left of him. I can't imagine he's still alive with those creatures about.
Don't talk like that. You don't know.
You're right. We should explore farther before I go on about my fears. I'm sorry.
That's Yosuke's voice actor, that's what it is. So I'm pretty sure that is Yuri Lowenthal, unless I'm misremembering if that's who voices him.
As you desire.
Still? I need to boost my cunning, man.
Another foe fallen!
It appears we will need to fight them like one at a time.
As you can see, backstab's pretty strong. Health goes down real fast. Got him. And thus we got them all.
And so I shall. All right.
Oops.
All right.
Hold on 1 second. Alright, sorry. Had someone needed something from me. Alright. Now, as our time together is coming to an end. Not me and you guys. You guys are great. I meant me and this party. I'm just gonna take what I need. It's a good thing we don't have any nudity mods. Because this would be too hot for Twitch. Yep, I'll just take all that because I need it more than they do.
So you were the one fighting Darkspawn. I thought I heard combat. You're the elf I found wandering the forest, aren't you? I'm surprised you have recovered.
If you heard the fighting, why didn't you help?
I would have, had I not been battling them myself. Not all the kills here were yours, as you can see. My name is Duncan, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you. The last time we spoke, you were barely conscious.
And Darren Atisha, Duncan of the Grey Wardens. I am Merrill.
Still funny, but...
And I am Fenarel. Did you come here alone, human? Battling all those creatures?
Yes, I must admit you took a great deal of pressure off me. Your keeper...
Your naked tactics must have done wonders against the Darkspawn. No, we're looking for our brother Tamlin.
So, you and your friend Tamlin both entered this cave, and you saw this mirror.
Yes. Tamlin touched the mirror and I blacked out.
I see. That's unfortunate. The Grey Wardens have seen artifacts like this mirror before. It is Tevinter in origin, used for communication. Over time, some of them simply break. They become filled with the same taint as the Darkspawn. Tamlin's touch must have released it. It's what made you sick. And Tamlin too, I presume.
Okay, so sometimes when you find contradictory information like this, which what he said is wrong. It's hard to say whether or not it's a retcon or just the character's ignorance. Duncan in this case pretty well learned, but I don't know if he would know that this mirror is actually Elven in origin, not Tevinter. It is not Tevinter. Actually, you know what? I'm going to say it is ignorance because of what he said. He says Tevinter in origin and it's mainly used for communication because that is not their main function. That is something they can do, but that is not what they do. And therefore, I'm going to assume that he does not actually know the full story about this mirror. So, we're going to take it.
The Darkspawn are drawn to the mirror. Do you want to lead them to your clan?
I do not fear this sickness. The Keeper knows how to cure it.
She may have weakened it, but she cannot cure it. Your recovery is only temporary. I can sense the sickness in you, and it is spreading. Look inside yourself, and you will see.
Perhaps there is something to what you say.
Meet with your keeper later if you like. For now, we must deal with the mirror. It is a danger. It is done. Now let's leave this cursed place. I must speak with the Keeper immediately regarding your cure.
What about Tamlin?
There is nothing we can do.
I'm still alive. He could be too.
Let me be very clear. There is nothing you can do for him. He's been tainted for 3 days now, unaided. Through your Keeper's healing arts and your own willpower, you did not die, but Tamlin has no chance. Trust me when I say that he is gone. Now we should return.
Can we just leave the cave like this? Is it safe?
With the mirror destroyed, I doubt the Darkspawn will return.
Can we return later and search through the ruins? We could learn from many things here besides the mirror.
The cave is not safe. Everything here was exposed to the mirror's taint. If your people must come here, they should cleanse it with fire.
Why not just tell me what the cure is?
It's not that simple. I would tell you more, but I must first speak with your Keeper.
Very well, let's go back to camp.
I sense no other Darkspawn nearby, so it's safe. Lead on.
Yeah. We're already more than halfway through this origin, so this won't not be nearly as long as the human noble. Though we are still going to read those codex entries.
And I did not expect to see you again.
Naked elves. I mean, that's what everybody wants, isn't it? That's how I'm going to make this stream great. Sex appeal. If he was alive, Darkspawn would have killed him. Nothing is gone. The Grey Warden says we will find nothing.
I see. Merrill, what about the mirror? Did you bring anything back?
I can answer that, Keeper. I destroyed the mirror.
I intended to use it to find a cure for this mysterious illness. I trust you had good reasons for your actions.
There is much to discuss, Keeper. I have learned a great deal since I was last here.
Let us speak privately within my Aravel then, Duncan. Merrill, warn the hunters. If Darkspawn are about, I want the clan prepared.
Manuvine, Innkeeper. Right away.
Darlene, allow me some time to speak with Duncan. Seek us out at my Aravel later, and we can discuss your cure.
Why can't we discuss it now?
Because I must talk to your keeper first. It will not take long.
Tell Haran Pyvel what has occurred. He now has the sad task of preparing a service for the dead. Follow me, Duncan. I'm eager to hear what you have to say.
Ah, nice. We have a level up.
I wish we could have found Tamlin. If those creatures... Oh, I can't bear to think about that. Why do you think the Great
So
Warden
hard to
won't
take
tell
this
you about his
seriously.
cure?
Them butt naked. It must be something terrible.
Keeper Marathari won't let him withhold it. I say we get your cure, move the clan north, and put this all behind us.
I really want to get that story out of a shell. This way. Meryl, I recognize your naked butt anywhere.
I wish we'd had more time to examine those artifacts. Perhaps another time if the Keeper thinks it's wise.
I see you have not returned with young Tamlin. Are we to assume the worst?
Someone not closing it? The Great Warden says he will not be
A
found.
sad day for our clan. I know you and Tamlin are friends. My condolences on your loss.
Thank you, Master Island.
May the creators guide your path.
Anything new to say here? I don't think I ever talked to anyone afterwards.
You'll have to learn how to handle that bow quickly.
It was good to meet you. Perhaps I'll get to hunt with you someday.
I've never seen a Shemlin city. What's it like?
You've never been to a city? Surely you've at least visited a town.
We occasionally trade with the Shemlin in small villages, but only a few in the clan can undertake that task.
I can't imagine never having seen a city. It's crowded, with buildings all squeezed together. There are people everywhere, and it always stinks.
And elves live with the Shemlin?
Only if they're servants. Most of us live in a part of the
I
city
think I'm gonna
called
get ice cream
the
after this stream.
separated from the humans by walls. That's where all the poorest folk live. Laborers, dockhands, and thieves. And that's if you're lucky.
It hardly sounds like freedom.
We don't think about it like that. To most folks, that's just how it is.
Do elves to city learn to fight or shoot a bow?
Andraste's mercy, no. No one is allowed to walk around with any weapon. Fighting just gets you arrested. And I've never had to leave the city before. Much less learn how to hunt.
I hear city elves don't know what it means to be elven.
Well, back in the city we hear the same about you. Stories about Dalish bandits attacking people for no reason.
We would never resort to banditry.
I'm just saying that's what we hear. And it's elves who say these things too, not humans.
They just don't know the truth.
Even if they did, I honestly don't think most of them would want to leave. Wandering and hunting doesn't sound like much of a life.
At least they would live as free men, and as equals.
Maybe. But to most elves I know, the only difference between them and humans is how much coin they have. Coin is the great equalizer, not living free.
Why'd you leave?
I got into trouble for stealing. I'm not a thief. We just never really had a choice. Mother was a maid, and I was lucky if I could get work at the docks. You make a living however you can, right? When Mother died, I got drunk and was caught picking a guard's pocket. They were going to hang me, but I escaped, and, well, here I am.
Sometimes we must take what I need. You won't have to resort to that anymore.
I'll do my best to adjust and fit in. I never dreamed you'd be so welcoming. I thought at best you might hide me for a bit. I'm glad I was wrong.
I should go.
Of course. I hope to see you again.
Nope. Tell me that story.
Thank the creators you're safe. I questioned the Keeper's wisdom at sending you off while you're still sick, but my doubts were misplaced. Tamlin isn't with you. Is it as everyone fears?
Yes, he's gone.
Oh dear. This is horrible news. Please take care of yourself and get better. We can't bear to lose anyone else.
The Grey Warden knows the cure.
That's good. I thought the shaman's arrival was a bad omen, but perhaps I was wrong. I will see you soon, my dear. You make me very proud.
Can I not get that story? Am I only able to get that before?
Yes, my dear?
Thank goodness.
You have much to do with Tamlin still missing.
Oh, come on!
Another time.
I raised my cunning all the way to 16. I don't remember it taking such a high skill check before. It's weird. Huh. Wait. No, I have like pretty high... I should have pretty high persuade right now. Yeah, there's like legit nothing I can do except this. I mean... That's the problem. Need a level of coercion. Will you tell me the story now?
True. Perhaps you're old enough to hear this, though it hardly seems like the right time.
Is there ever a good time?
Very well. If I do not tell you now, you'll only wonder. Your mother was a hunter, one of the finest, and your father was the keeper before Marethari. He was with us for a very long time. Your mother was from another clan, and her elders did not approve of the match. She and your father had to meet in secret. One day, bandits caught them alone in the forest. Your father was killed, but your mother escaped.
Humans killed my father?
Yes, but also city elves, too. Those of our kind living with humans do not hold to the old ways. Your mother held to life long enough to give birth to you. But grief racked her heart. One night she simply walked into the moonlight and never returned.
My mother abandoned me?
She just couldn't carry on without your father. The clan decided not to discuss this around you, lest it poison your heart with sadness.
No, I understand.
Our people have learned to live with much sorrow. It seemed only right that we not dwell on it. Your mother did leave you a gift. Something of your father's for you to have once you were older. Perhaps the time has come.
No, where is it?
Take this key. You'll see some chests behind the storage Aravel by the Halapan. One of them was your mother's. Its contents are yours if you wish.
Nailed it. It's not over here, I forget. It's over here.
As you desire.
Wow, this thing's garbage. Sell it.
So you return with the Grey Warden, but without Tamlin. What happened, Dalen? Is he truly lost to us?
It's my fault. I failed the clan.
You've done nothing of the sort, Dalen. Do not blame yourself. It seems the will of the creators that I sing the dirge for those I held in my arms as babes. I think I know
I won't
why
make it to
our
5
immortal
hours.
ancestors would sleep. Swiftly do stars burn a path across the sky, hastening to place one last kiss upon your eye. Tenderly land enfolds you in slumber, softening the rolling thunder. Dagger now sheathed, bow no longer tense. During this, your last hour, only silence.
Not sure that was the best rhyme. I don't recognize that poem.
Our ancestors did not age as we do. The Shemlen brought a quickening to our blood that changed us forever. Instead of death, those weary of life would pass into Uthanera, the waking slumber. In doing this, they made way for the young. It was supposed to be a beautiful time, a celebration of the Elder's long life and contribution to his people. Alas, we have no such ceremonies these days.
Will you prepare a service for Tamlin, please?
Of course. We've no body to return to the soil. We shall still sing for Tamlin. The creators must come to guide him to the beyond. Tell the Keeper, it shall be done before the clan is ready to move on.
Will the clan still leave?
Yes. The Darkspawn are too dangerous to risk staying here. I ask only one thing, if I may. This Grey Warden. You have met him now, yes? Is he a good man?
He saved my life and is a friend to the clan.
Interesting. What is it he talks to the Keeper about, I wonder? Perhaps you should go and ask.
I should go.
Of course. May the gods guide your path, Dalen.
Oh, look, some great friends who want to get banned. Spam. Banned? Banned. Wonderful. There is a strict no bots in chat policy here. If you're a bot viewer, then I don't really care. Because I don't really have a way to out you anyway. But commenters, no good. I don't accept spam. This also goes for every stream I'm a mod in. Which is like one,
Keeper
but
and I have
still.
spoken, and we've come to an arrangement that concerns you. My order is in need of help. You are in need of a cure. When I leave, I hope you will join me. You would make an excellent Grey Warden.
What? What does this have to do with my cure?
Everything, I'm afraid. The Darkspawn taint courses through your veins. That you recovered at all is remarkable. But eventually the taint will sicken and kill you, or worse. The Grey Wardens can prevent that. But it means joining us.
Can you not just give me the cure?
The cure is only found by joining the Grey Wardens. As sole protectors against the Darkspawn, we're granted some immunity to the taint. But this is not charity. We enlist only the worthy, and you have certainly proven yourself. Should you join, it's unlikely you'll ever be able to return here.
It's the clan sending me away?
A great army of darkspawn gathers in the south. A new blight threatens the land. We cannot outrun this storm. Long ago, the Dalish agreed to aid the Grey Wardens against the blight should that day arrive. We must honor that agreement. It breaks my heart to send you away, as it would to watch you die slowly from this sickness. This is your duty and your salvation.
Out of all the origins, there's only really one where you could probably survive without Duncan. And that's the mage. But at the same time, you probably wouldn't survive. For reasons later. But as to actually surviving the origin itself, the mage could survive. If they sold out... Jowan? Is that his name? Gosh, I forget his name. It's been so long. The Dwarven Commoners doomed. The Dwarven Noble doomed. Human Noble doomed. City Elf super doomed. The mage is the only one who has a chance. But I don't know for sure what they picked. It's not made clear. It is clear that they did help Jowan destroy his phylactery. But that's as much as is confirmed. Unless I've missed something. We may find something in the Circle Tower to confirm more, but I'm not sure yet. Anyway. This is all I've ever known. This is my home.
A home that Darkspawn may tear apart. This way you can find a cure and protect your clan. Have courage.
I cannot express my sadness at sending one of our sons off into such danger, away from the clan that loves him. But if this is what the creators intend for you, Dallin, meet your destiny with your head held high. No matter where you go, you are Dalish. Never forget that.
If it is my duty, then I will go.
I welcome you to the Order. It is rare to have a Dalish amongst us, but they have always served with distinction.
I know you'll do your clan proud, Dallin. Take this ring. It is your heritage, and will protect you against the darkness to come.
A valuable gift. So, are you ready to go?
I would like to stay for Tamlin's funeral.
We have much ground to cover, but I cannot deny you that. Say your farewells. Then we must be off.
Come then, Dallin. Before the creators guide you from us, let your clan embrace you one last time.
I really should have taken that helmet off. It looks so bad. Ah, they're naked in the cutscene. It's even better. Where's Fenrirall? I don't see him. What? Fenrirall abandoned me. What? He's lame. Meryl came to see me off. I knew she loved me.
We will be traveling south through the hinterlands to the ruin of Ostagar, on the edges of the Korkara.
A royal welcome?
Yeah, we're skipping that.
I was beginning to worry you'd miss all the fun.
Not if I could help.
Then I'll have the mighty...
Allow me.
There's no need to be so formal, Duncan. We'll be shedding blood together after all. Ho there, friend. Might I know your name?
I am Zemnahort. Yes.
Pleased to meet you. The Grey Wardens are desperate to bolster their numbers, and I, for one, am
I'll be
glad
polite.
to help them. You are Dalish, are you?
I'm no racist.
I hear your people possess remarkable skill and honor.
You know of the Dalish King
I
Cailan.
wish I knew more, but your people aren't exactly fond of mine. For good reason. I tell you this, you are very welcome here. The Grey Wardens will benefit greatly with you amongst them. I'm sorry to cut this short, but I should return to my tent. Loghain waits eagerly to bore me with his strategies.
Your uncle sends his greetings and reminds you that Redcliffe forces could be here in
This is
less than a
important.
week.
Eamon just wants in on the glory. We've won 3 battles against these monsters, and tomorrow should be no different.
You sound very confident of that.
Overconfident, some would say. Right, Duncan?
Your Majesty, I'm not certain the Blight can be ended quite as quickly as you might wish.
I'm not even sure this is a true blight. There are plenty of Darkspawn on the field, but alas, we've seen no sign of an archdemon.
Disappointed, Your Majesty?
I'd hoped for a war like in the tales. A king riding with the fabled Grey Wardens against a tainted god. But I suppose this will have to do. I must go before Loghain sends out a search party. Farewell, Grey Wardens.
What the king said is true. They've won several battles against the Darkspawn here.
Didn't seem to take the Darkspawn very seriously.
True. Despite the victory so far, the Darkspawn horde grows larger with each passing day. By now they look to outnumber us. I know there is an archdemon behind this, but I cannot ask the king to act solely on my feeling.
Why not? Seems to regard us pretty highly.
Yet not enough to wait for reinforcements from the Grey Wardens of Orlais. He believes our legend alone makes him invulnerable. Our numbers in Ferelden are too few. We must do what we can, and look to Teyrn Loghain to make up the difference. To that end, we should proceed with the joining ritual without delay.
What do you mean? What ritual?
Every recruit must go through a secret ritual we call the joining, in order to become a Grey Warden. The joining is what will cure you of the suffering your tainted blood surely brings you. If it had been possible, I would have done it before now.
Why didn't you tell me about this cure before?
It is a secret, and it is not a simple antidote. The joining is what will make you a Grey Warden.
Why is it so secret?
The joining is dangerous. I cannot speak more of it except to say that you will learn all in good time. Until then, you must trust that what is done is necessary.
Am I the only recruit?
No, there are 2 other recruits here already. They have been waiting for us to arrive.
What do you need me to do?
Feel free to explore the camp here as you wish. All I ask is that you do not leave it for the time being. There is another Grey Warden in the camp by the name of Alistair. When you're ready, seek him out and tell him it's time to summon the other recruits. Until then, I have business I must attend to. You may find me at the Grey Warden tent on the other side of this bridge, should you need to.
Alrighty, that is the last origin. We did it, guys. And now, before we leave, we will read all remaining codexes. Starting with controls, because they're useless and dumb. Great, we read them. Hooray! Nexus creatures. Archdemon, we did it. Genlock. This is not the only origin to feature Darkspawn, but, you know,